Yes. थोड़ा सा अंदर
अंदर आ जाओ उधर आ जाओ
अरे आओ यार तू कब आ जा रहे हो
ऐसा सीट है आधी पेपर कंपल्सरी कर दो कि पेपर प्रिंट करना है
In the era of digital revolution, the world is becoming smaller and a lot of new technologies are being launched simultaneously. Whereas in the ongoing saga of digital revolution, Extend and Adapt has produced ripples of excitement in the industry and academia. Therefore, to make a developed world and to match the speed of these above-mentioned changes, joint efforts from the academia, the research community and industry are required. We also agree that we live in a period characterized by knowledge-based competition in which the most valuable commodities are innovation and information.
Countries and regions are competing today to attract developed knowledge-based business or industries, recognizing the importance of research and innovation for human welfare and economic growth. Science knows no boundaries and research is asked today to deal with issues that are increasingly global. Developments in science and technology are fundamentally altering the way people live, connect, communicate, and transact with profound effect on technical development. The work, day, or life cannot be started without God's name. So we request all the dignitaries to come forward for lighting the lamp.
हमें प्यार दे माँ ईश्वर दे माँ ऋषियों ने समझी है ऋषियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी हम भी तो समझे हम भी तो जाने तो क्या हमको ये अधिकार दे माँ ईश्वर दे माँ श्वेत धरणी कमल पर विराजे हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे के हमारे मिटा दो अंधेरे जानो पर संसार दे माँ ईशार दे माँ ईशार दे माँ ज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ ईशार दे माँ
Thank you, everyone.
I, Khushi,
And I, Kavya, would like to take this opportunity on behalf of icicc 2021 to welcome all the dignitaries, management, organizers, researchers, academicians, and students to the two-day program of International Conference on Innovative Computing and Communication, organized by Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, supported by Universal Innovator in association with National Institute of Technology, Patna, and University of Valladolid, Spain. Sponsored by Sprinter, AISC Series, Elsevier, SSRN Series, SHCG, Scientific Research Group, Egypt, SETIT, Science and Technology of Image and Telecommunications, Tunisia, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Digital India, National Productivity Council, SGRT, Scientific Group of Research and Technology, Publication Partner IEEE, Elsevier, Springer, Wiley, MDPI, Interscience. We would like to express our sincere gratitude for your presence in this opening ceremony as the gateway to initiation of our scientific program. International Conference on Innovative Computing and Communication is organized with the objective of bringing together innovative scientists, professors, research scholars, students, and industrial experts in the field of computing and communication to a common forum. The primary goal of the conference is to promote the exchange of innovative scientific information between researchers, developers, engineers, students, and practitioners. Another goal is to promote the transformation of fundamental research into institutional and industrialized research and to convert applied exploration into real-time application. Overall, the conference will provide the researchers and attendees with prospects for national and international collaboration and networking among universities and institutions from India and abroad for promoting research.
The NIT College of Business Studies is a premier institute of University of Delhi, imparting path-breaking education in the fields of management and information technology. It was established in August 1987 by the Delhi administration on initiation of UGC and Ministry of Human Resources. CBS, as it is properly referred to, has, in a short span of 25 years, established itself as the largest undergraduate management school. National Institute of Technology, Patna, is the 18th National Institute of Technology created by the Ministry of HRD, Government of India, after rechristening of the erstwhile Bihar College of Engineering, Patna on 28 January 2004. National Institute of Technology, Patna aims at setting out very high education standards and holds a long record of academic excellence. The pedagogical requirements, but also have formulated to suit not only the needs of the contemporary industrial requirements, but also to develop the human potential to its fullest extent in a range of professionals. We would like to extend a deep sense of gratitude to some of the persons who have majorly contributed to this event, but couldn't turn up because of their busy schedules. Professor Pradeep Kumar Jain, Director, NIT Patna; Janusz Kapelzek, Polish Academy of Science, Poland; Professor Václav Sanzel, Rector, VSP Technical University of Ostrava; Professor Abul El Hassanain, Carillo University, Egypt; Professor Joel JPC Rodriguez, National Institute of Telecom, Brazil; Professor Victor Hugo, CDE, Albuquerque, Unifor, Brazil. We really appreciate your efforts.
With the first speaker of the day, our convener, Dr. Sameer Anand Sir. Dr. Sameer Anand Sir is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science at Sidhart Bachara College of Business Studies, University of Delhi. He received PhD in Software Reliability from Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi, MPhil Mathematical Programming from University of Delhi, and MSc Operational Research from University of Delhi. He is a recipient of the Best Teacher Award 2012 instituted by Directorate of Higher Education, Delhi. He has completed an innovation project from the University of Delhi, and he has presented papers and participated in national and international conferences as well. Dr. Anand has published several papers in the reputed journals such as IEEE Transactions on Reliability, International Journal of Production Research, Taylor and Francis, International Journal of Performability Engineering, to name a few. He is a member of Society for Reliability Engineering, Quality and Operations Management. He has held administrative and academic positions of Bursa, Teacher in Charge, Member Admission Committee, Member Course Designing Committee in University of Delhi. Sir, we'd like you to come up and share a few words.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you so much. Good morning to all dignitaries, academicians, students, people from the industry, and the participants from all over the world. On the behalf of icicc 2021, I, Dr. Samir Anand, the convener of the conference, welcome you to all the fourth version of International Conference on Innovative Computing and Communication 2021. ICICC 2021 is organized jointly by Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi, in the association with University of Valladolid, Spain, and National Institute of Technology, Patna, during February 2021. Dear all, it is frequently changing era of COVID-19, where everything is shifting to online platform, and new normal is very different from the previous one. The accountability of the whole research community have amplified several times. Maximum and even the digital conventional mechanism are either being changed or in the process of getting changed to give the optimum output. There is an old saying that the show must go on and solve all the mentioned problem. Our community has to come forward and work in the collaboration for the human welfare. For these collaborative efforts, the importance of the platform like ICICC increases to a new level as it's provide the researcher from every part of the world to come together and work in the collaboration to get the fast results. ICICC is a Springer approved conference where all the accepted paper will be published by AISC Springer series, and further paper will be sent to some of the SCI, Scopus, and leading journals available on the website. We feel honored to have with us the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor K.K. Agrawal, Chairman, NBA. Sir, you are quite popular amongst us through your book, Software Engineering, during our college days long back. It's honor for us that you accepted our invitation as a chief guest. On the behalf of sscbs family, I welcome you, sir. I welcome Sri Suresh Jain, National Organizing Secretary, Bharat Vikas Parishad. Sir is a very well-known personality. Thanks for accepting our invitation as a guest of honor in your busy schedule. We welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor Kavita Sharma, Chairperson, College Governing Body. Ma'am, you are a very supporting towards college. Your presence today in this function has immensely enhanced its importance. We are truly obliged. मैं हृदय की गहराई से आपका स्वागत करता हूं। An event of this magnitude requires meticulous planning and execution and eye for details. We have been extremely fortunate to be able to draw upon the willing support of our dynamic principal and patron of the conference, Dr. Punam Verma. Her constant support and encouragement help us to proceed with the whole planning of the event. Ma'am, your trust on us made us more accountable to meet your expectation. I welcome you. I welcome all the dignitaries. I wholeheartedly welcome Professor Pradeep Kumar, Director NIT Patna, our General Chair, Professor Sidhart Bachara, Professor Imali Balas, Professor Pravat Kumar, Honorary Chair, Professor Capsi, our conference chair, Professor Abdul Al Hassan, Professor R.K. Agrawal, Professor Anil K. Ahlawat, Professor Abhishek Swaroop, Professor Arun Kumar, our publication chair, Professor Neeraj Kumar, Professor Hari Mohan Pandey, Dr. Sahil Garg, and all. I welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Ashish Khanna has expertise in teaching, entrepreneurship, and research and development with specialization in computer science engineering subjects. He received his PhD degree from National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra in March 2017. He completed his MTech in 2009 and BTech from GGS IPU, Delhi in 2004. He has completed his PD from Internet of Things Lab at Natal, Brazil. He is serving the research and academics as a teacher, researcher, guide, co-guide, keynote speaker, consultant, book author, and editor, convener, project consultant, and many more. He has around 140 accepted and published research papers and book chapters in reputed SSI, Scopus journals, conference, and reputed book series, including 75 papers in SCI Index Journal of Springer, Elsevier, IEEE Transaction, Wiley journals with cumulated impact factor of above 200. He also has published 3 patents. Additionally, he has authored, edited, and edited 30 books for some of the top publishers like Springer, Wiley, Elsevier, and many more. He has also served as keynote speaker, resource person, and given several invited talks on national and international forums like international conferences and workshops. He has worked as guest editor, associate editor in various reputed journals. He's also serving as series editor in top publishing houses like Deepa, Germany, of Intelligent Biomedical Data Analysis series, Elsevier Biomedical series, and CRC Press. Furthermore, he has served the research field as a faculty resource person, session chair, reviewer, TPC member in various conferences and journals. He has received the Best Paper Award in a Springer International Conference as well. He also has been invited as a keynote speaker. His research interest includes image processing, distributed systems and its variants, machine learning, evolutionary computing, and many more. He is currently working at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology under GGS IPU, Delhi, India. He is convener and organizer of icicc 2018, 19, 2020, and 2021, and ICDAM 2020 and 2021 Springer Conference. He is also the originator of a research unit under the banner of Universal Innovator and Bhavya Publishing House. He's also working towards promoting startups and also has played the role of a startup consultant. He has also played the key role in promoting Smart India Hackathon at NIT. He's currently editing and has published some books in Elsevier, Springer, CRC Press, and Wiley. He's also the originator of a Universal Innovator Lab. As well, he is a senior IEEE member and ACM member as well. I would welcome sir to address the audience.
Thank you, Kavya. Good morning to all the dignitaries present on and off the dais. I, Dr. Ashish Khanna, welcomes you all on behalf of ICICC 2021. All the eminent personalities present on this platform, as told by my dear friend, Dr. Samir Anand, in this difficult time, when the whole world is facing the pandemic of COVID-19, the responsibility and the importance of the whole research community has actually increased tenfold. Yes, the world has turned truly into a global village. Now, this pandemic has taught and shown us that the actions in any country can really affect the whole world anywhere and anytime. Therefore, dioceses like ICICC offers all the researchers to converse and deliver their respective ideas. ICICC is one of the flagship initiative of Universal Innovator, whereas Universal Innovator is an autonomous body promoting research-based innovative activities all over the globe for the overall growth of human welfare. The mission of Universal Innovator is to cultivate and carry out research in high-tech, productive, and cost-efficient methodologies. We deal in conducting FDPs, workshops, seminars, research projects, book publishing, internship, patents, startup funding, and conferences. The current version of the ICICC is the 4th version of the series. First version was organized at GNIM, GGS IPU, Delhi, Second version was held at Technical University of Ostrava, Czech Republic, Europe. Third version was held at Technical University of Ostrava. Third version was organized by sscbs Delhi University. And today is the fourth version of the ICICC happening at Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi, in association with University of Valladolid, Spain, and National Institute of Technology, Patna. In the current year, the fourth International Conference on Innovative Computing and Communication, ICICC 2021, have received around 900 submissions from 20 countries. And after rigorous double peer review process, a total of 210 papers have been accepted for the publication with an acceptance ratio of 23%. All the accepted papers will be published in Springer series on Advances in Intelligent Systems and Computing, that is AISC series, indexed in Scopus, Web of Science, and many more. Dear friends, this conference is unique in several forms. First of all, it is a fourth version of the conference. Till date, 100% of all the registered and accepted papers of ICICC are published and are available online. The selected and the best further extended papers will be sent to the SCI, Scopus, Web of Science, and other reputed journals available on the website. Some of the journals are as follows: International Journal of Data Analysis, Techniques and Strategies, indexed with Scopus. International Journal of High Performance Systems Architecture, indexed with Scopus. Multimedia Tools and Application, indexed in SCI, with an impact factor of 2.31. Microprocessor and Microsystems, Embedded Hardware Design, indexed in SCI, with an impact factor of 1.16. International Journal of Pervasive Computing and Communication, indexed in Scopus and as well as ESCI. Expert System, indexed in SCI with an impact factor of 1.54. Electronics, indexed in SCI with an impact factor of around 2.41. Apart from these, there are certain other journals also, like International Journal of Performability Engineering, indexed with Scopus, Journal of Artificial Intelligence and Systems, Innovative Computing and Communication, and International Journal. The acceptance ratio of ICICC is just 25% from past 4 years. The conference series is unique in the sense that it has been successfully organized at both national and international venues in collaboration with world's top educational and research-based institutions. The conference also promotes all the eminent researchers from all over the globe through International Universal Innovators Leadership Awards UILA 2021 in several categories for which thousands of nominations have been received. The conference received papers from around 20 countries from 2,500 eminent researchers. Conference is also organizing an international workshop. In the end, I would like to welcome our chief guest of honor, Chairperson, College of Governing Body, Principal Ma'am, and all steering committee members, respectable awardees, authors, reviewers, and session chairs, and students from all over the globe in helping us to make this conference a success. You all are welcome to enjoy all the keynotes, workshops, and all parallel sessions. Thank you. Welcome again.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have our chief guest, Professor K.K. Agrawal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, is former founder, Vice Chancellor, GGS Indraprasth University, Delhi, and former Chairman, Board of Governor, MNIT, Jaipur. Professor Agrawal obtained his engineering degree from Punjab University and master's degree from Kurukshetra University, securing first position in both. Later, he did his PhD in reliability, evaluation, and optimization also from Kurukshetra University. In 1975, he rose to the level of professor at an age of 27.5 years. Probably the youngest person in the world to have achieved this level. After a distinguished service of 27 years at NIT Kurukshetra, Professor Agrawal has was appointed Pro-Vice Chancellor, Guru Jambheshwar University, Technical University of Haryana, Hisar, for a period of 3 years, and then in 1998 appointed as founder Vice Chancellor of GGS Indraprastha University, Delhi. He continued in his position up to November 2008. He has been president of the Institute of Electronics and Telecommunications Engineering, IETE, for the period of 2002 to 2004. During this period, his institution witnessed an unprecedented growth and made a remarkable impact on the society in general and IT professionals in particular. He also served as sectional president IT and CS section in the Indian Science Congress Association, president Computer Science Society of India for the period of 2007 to 2009, and president of Southeast Asia Regional Computer Confederation, SEARCC, for the years 2008 to 2010. He is also the Academy Professor at ACSIR, CSSIR. Professor Agrawal has extensively worked in the various fields of electronics and computer science. He has published about 400 papers in the reputed journals, about 50% of these in international journals. He has been invited to deliver lectures in several universities in India and abroad, such as University of Berkeley, USA, University of Cincinnati, USA, Florida State University, USA, University of Birmingham, UK, Technical University of Germany, etc. Professor Agrawal did not confine his contribution to the academic field alone and instead made a very strong impact in the industrial world. He delivered lectures in several industrial organizations and conducted programs for many important industrial houses such as Tata Consultancy Services, BHEL, TVS Electronics, DCM Data System, Central Mechanical Engineering Research Institute, Electronic Corporation of India, BEL, ISRO, Defense Research Labs, etc. He has been widely consulted by the industry, most notable being in contribution towards the reliability analysis of PSLV, Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. He delivered a talk on reliable automotive electronics in Ford Motors, Detroit, USA, and also conducted a full-day program for Information Management Research, Florida, USA. Professor Agrawal has written few books, and many of his articles have appeared in several books published by IEEE of USA. A couple of years ago, he authored a book on reliability engineering, which was published by Kluwer Academic, Netherlands, USA, UK. His latest book on the software engineering, published in 2001, has already seen several reprints. Professor Agrawal was honored by the Reliability Society of IEEE USA for his services as guest editor for the special issue of State Reliability Effort of the Indian Subcontinent. He was declared as the Man of the Decade, Man of the Century, and finally the Man of the Millennium by the American Bibliographical Institute, USA. He was also awarded Delhi Ratna by the All India Conference of Intellectuals. International Biographical Center, England, has also published his biography in the first 500 at the New Millennium in July 2000. The Broadcast Engineering Society of India honored him by conferring honorary fellowship on him in February 2001, and the Computer Society of India conferred the fellowship of him in 2003. Professor Agrawal was conferred Distinguished Fellowship in 2010, and at the very first Lifetime Achievement Award in 2011 by the Institute of Electronics and Telecommunications Engineers, India. Computer Society of India also conferred the Lifetime Achievement Award on Professor Agrawal during 2006. We warmly welcome you, sir, to kindly address the audience.
Thank you. Thank you, dear students, for the nice words. The guest of honor this morning, Shri Suresh Jain ji, very senior Pracharak of RSS and General Secretary of Bharat Vikas Parishad, doing excellent in Bharat Vikas Parishad for last couple of years, changed the face of it. Professor Kavita Sharma, the chairperson of the institute, and we have been working together since the IP days. She has been helping us quite a lot in running IP University. Professor Punam Verma, a very dynamic principal of this great institution of Delhi University. The conveners of the conference who have put in all the hard work, Dr. Ashish Khanna and Dr. Sameer Anand, all the general chairs, dignitaries, delegates all over the world, and several organizations which have come together in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was invited to be a part of this conference and I was told that so many organizations are joining hand, that itself was a great news, because the world today requires joining hands. In the management, we say now, don't believe in competition, believe in collaboration. And therefore, unless we collaborate with more and more organizations, things don't happen. I remember in good old days, I used to say, we from computer science have networked all the computers in the world, but have still failed to network the organizations and the people. But I'm happy, thanks to COVID partly, that we have now been able to network remote locations using information technology. Mind you, the conference of this nature, where so many organizations and people come together, would not have been possible face to face by any stretch of imagination. It's possible only because the information technology is here to help us out, connect with the people all over the world in different time zones, in different locations, and that's the beauty. So I congratulate the conveners for having put in together so many organizations and so many eminent people in this conference. And I'm so happy to learn that this is their fourth conference. And I wish they continue doing many more and give them best wishes for all the successes. Friends, having come here today for the inaugural function of this conference, I would like to compliment the team even for the title of the conference. Because when they say innovative computing and communication, that conveys too much to the world as to what is expected of this conference. Because innovation, of course, is the key word. Because today, if you produce graduates without innovative capabilities, without creative capabilities, we are nowhere. As a matter of fact, I have no hesitation to admit that for the last couple of decades, we rather went anti-creativity, anti-innovation by creating very rigid structures in education. Right from school up to the university level, we had fixed timing hours, fixed date of starting, fixed date of finishing, fixed number of courses, fixed number of credits. Everything was rigidly fixed. And as we went along the years, I found at the school level at least, they would even divide the curriculum in the units. First unit must be finished in first 3 weeks, second unit must be finished in next 3 weeks. And people were very enthusiastic to went further that the Monday morning lecture from 9 to 10 must cover these 4 pages of the book. And teachers were so constrained and the students were made so constrained that nothing beyond this is possible. Now, this was a very strong concept we marketed for 70 years at least, and even before independence. And the reason is We produced good professionals in the country. We produced good employment opportunities at times, but we failed to produce breakthrough researches. We did a lot of researches, but hardly any products to our credit, because innovation and creativity was somewhere missing down the line. I have been questioning in a lighter vein, when we were not free, when we were scuffled by Britishers like anything, we had two Nobel laureates from this country. In literature, Professor Rabindranath Tagore, and in science, Professor C.V. Raman. Dr. Tagore did his Nobel laureate work under a tree, and Professor C.V. Raman, who had a Nobel laureate in physics, in his laboratory, the total equipment costed 250 rupees. Now that 250 rupees equipment could lead him to work for the Nobel laureate, Nobel Prize. Now that was the scenario, because we were not stifling creativity and innovation. Today, with so much of infrastructure in the country, 1,000+ universities, 40,000+ colleges, millions and billions of students, millions of teachers, and crores and crores and crores of rupees spent on the infrastructure, we have not been able to produce a single Nobel laureate after that, because creativity in education has taken a backseat. And therefore, I compliment the organizers for trying to emphasize on innovation, trying to emphasize on creativity, because without that, we can do good normal things, but we cannot do extraordinarily bright things, and that is required. I'm so happy that in the new national education policy which has been announced, there has been a very strong emphasis on creativity and innovation. Now, how all of us put together translate into reality, that's a challenge for all of us to face. And here, because there are so many academicians in this conference, I would like to emphasize it's the duty of each one of us now to go a little away from the rigidity, come to the flexibility. And some people tell me flexibility leads to indiscipline. I totally differ. And as a computer scientist, I always give an example of internet. Internet is the largest computer connected system of the whole world. Still, it does not have an owner. Everybody can use internet with as much power as anyone else can use. Still, it has a lot of discipline. You type one wrong comma, it doesn't allow you to follow. So it's a completely free system, but a completely disciplined structure. So same thing has to be done in education. We have to have a lot of freedom. And I would like to emphasize, freedom does not mean indiscipline. Freedom does not mean anything. We will have to have guided freedom. And that is the probably name of the game which we'll have to play. And I'm sure this conference will discuss at least some ideas in that direction. National education policy emphasizes on collaboration, communication skills, creativity, and solution of complex problems. The particular discipline which you study in a college is important, but does not remain that important 10 years after, 15 years after. None of us plus 30 is teaching today what was taught in the college. And if you do that, you are doing a crime. You have to do something different. And as a computer scientist, I always give an example. The head of Google, which is the largest computer organization in the world, Sundar Pichai, is not a computer scientist, is not a computer engineer, is not even an IT engineer, not even an electronics engineer, not even an electrical engineer. He's a metallurgical engineer. And we feel metallurgy and computer science are two disciplines quite apart. But he had all the traits of attacking the problem creatively, innovatively, and that is why he is a successful leader of the largest computer organization in the world. So that's the message I would like to convey. And second thing which I like to say, it was mentioned here, Industrial Revolution 4.0, where we have passed 4.0, we are already moved ahead, and even 4.0 did not really give us time to stabilize. Previous industrial revolutions, we knew what was happening. Industrial revolution, we knew is the power of water and steam. Industrial revolution 2, we knew it is the power of electricity. Industrial Revolution 3, we knew it is the power of computers. Industrial Revolution 4, we could not even understand what's going on. Some say it's the power of flexibility. Some say it's the power of networking. Some say it is the power of cyber physical systems, where we could bring computer systems and physical systems together. And therefore, what direction we will take in Industrial Revolution 5.0, God knows. We are very keeping our fingers crossed. But one thing is very sure, the disciplines which we felt so far have nothing in common will have lots and lots in common now. For example, in this country at least, we have always believed medical science and physical sciences are poles apart. We cannot do it together. And that has given us dividends, but that has given us many shortcomings also. I met a student abroad in one of my trips, lecture trips, and I asked him, what are you studying? He says, sir, I'm studying medical science and economics. Now, as a professor from country, having played a reasonably good innings, having tried to do some reasonable experimentation in IP University, I still could not believe, how can you study medical science and economics together? There's no way you can do it. Medical science has to be in the medical colleges, which are MCI approved in separate campuses and all that. And economics has to be studied in universities. I said, why are you studying the two? He said, sir, I want to improve public health system of United States of America. Now, if I want to improve public health system of United States of America, I must know medical science, I must know economics. Therefore, I have enrolled for the 2 degrees together. Well, it was a news to my ears, very pleasant challenge to my ears. And I think new education policy at least will open some of these avenues. And I started wondering, that is probably the reason that we could never have a good public health system, because we could never have somebody who understands economics and medical science together. So I think those opportunities will come. And this conference is bringing so many people together from different fields. I'm sure at the end of the day, we will have lots of good deliberations with good outputs. I look forward to the deliverables, and world is going to become more complex. We have to take more and more risks. I quote Stephen Hawking, who was asked, sir, the last century belonged to physics. Will this century belong to biology? He says, I don't know, but this century will definitely belong to complexity. So complexity will be the name of the game which we'll have to play, and that can only be played if we are innovative and creative. With these words, I thank the organizers for giving me a chance to be a part of this great conference with having so many great people, and wish them all the very best for very meaningful deliberations. Thank you very much, and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Next, we have our guest of honor of the day, Shri Suresh Jain, sir, National Secretary, Bharat Vikas Parishad. Shri Suresh Jain, sir, completed his B.Pharm in 1978 and joined Health Service Department of World University Service, Delhi in 1979. He started his Rashtra Seva Abhiyan by becoming RSS Pracharak in 1980. He left corporate sector in 1990 to dedicate all his time and energy for welfare of our country. He started serving as a Pracharak since 1980 from JNU and worked with a large number of students leading national institutes like IIT, AIMS, JNU, Jamia Millia, NCRT, and a number of such organizations to develop patriotic culture among students. He was State Organization Secretary of ABVP, Delhi during 1988 to 92. During the period of 92 to 95, he again worked very closely with student community in his role of regional Pracharak of RSS. He also worked in JNK during 1995 to 97 for National Mission. Later, he became in charge of Delhi wing of RSS. Holistic development of villages is very close to his heart, and he has pioneered the concept of Mera Gaon, Mera Tirat. Till date, thousands of people have joined this movement and adopted their own villages for working in the areas like government schools, cleanliness, health sector, women empowerment, children development, etc. This has further helped villages to become self-sufficient. He has also adopted his own village, Mehendipur, in Haryana and converted into a model village. He also extensively worked at grassroots levels at Punam Verma in Haryana during 2005 to 2010. During recent period of 2010 to 16, he was RSS Sampark Pramukh for Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Goa. At present, he is National Organizing Secretary of Bharat Vikas Parishad, and under his guidance, Parishad has started Samrashtra Abhiyan in Northeast as well as South India for deprived people of the region with the mission to bring them at par with other strata of the society. Recently, he has initiated a major national movement, Raktadaan Mahabhiyan, and his mission is to eliminate shortage of blood across the country in next few years. A mobile app is being developed under this mission, and through this app, any person can put his request for specific group of blood, and the same will be made available at the earliest with the help of integrated database of blood banks across the nation. In this Maha Abhiyan, they are aiming to involve 1 lakh NGOs as well as regional and international educational bodies. I would welcome Sir to address the audience. Due to some network issues, he is currently not able to join us, but he has sent his best wishes and regards to KK Agrawal, sir, and all other eminent personalities present with us. Moving on, we have our General Chair, Dr. Prabhat Kumar, sir. He is an Associate Professor in Computer Science and Engineering Department at National Institute of Technology, Patna, India. He's also the professor in charge of the IT services and chairman of Computer and IT Purchase Committee, NIT Patna. He's a member of NWG 13, National Working Group 13, corresponding to ITUT Study Group 13, Future Networks with focus on IMT 2020, cloud computing and trusted network infrastructures. He's also the former state student coordinator of the state Bihar Under Region 2nd Computer Society of India. Dr. Prabhat Kumar, sir, holds a PhD in Computer Science and MTech in Information Technology. He's a senior member of IEEE, professional member of ACM, life member of CSI, International Organization of Engineering, Indian Society for Technical Education, and a global member of Internet Society. His research area includes wireless sensor networks, Internet of Things, data analytics, etc. I welcome sir to address the audience.
Dear sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the organizing committee and NIT Patna, I'm pleased to welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Innovative Computing and Communication. First of all, I would like to welcome our chief guest, sir, Dr. KK Agrawal, and guest of honor, Dr. Suresh Jain, sir. I would also like to thank our director, Professor Pradeep Kumar Jain, sir, Deputy Director, Professor Suresh Kant Verma, sir, and Dr. Punam Verma, ma'am, for their continuous support and patrons of this, for being the patrons of this conference, for their supervision and assistance. I'm very happy to see this conference growing and getting successful every year. The remarkable number of papers we have received proves the success of the efforts put in by the organizing committee of this conference. The collaboration of Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi, University of Valladolid, Spain, and National Institute of Technology, Patna, have been very fruitful, and I expect this collaboration to prosper further in future. The theme of the conference, Innovative Computing and Communication, focuses on the recent interest of the research community. This year's program include 8 keynote addresses, and they have been chosen very appropriately, keeping in view the research interest of the present era. And it covers topics right from nature-inspired computing to software reliability to quantum cryptography, and even have been optimization techniques have been included so that our participants get as much knowledge they want in these fields. And I hope that these keynote addresses will be very fruitful. I would like to extend my thanks to Professor Valentina and Professor Sidhart Bachara, my fellow general chairs with me who took many responsibilities for this conference. I would also like to thank all the honorary chairs, the invited speakers, the reviewers for helping us in organizing this conference. Special thanks to the conveners, especially Dr. Deepa Gupta, Dr. Ashish Khanna, and Dr. Gulshan Survastava for their central role. And, finally, I would like to end with a special thanks to all the participants for enriching this conference by their presence. I hope you will all enjoy the content, renew old friendships, make new friends, get new ideas, and above all, have a good time. I just wish all of the participants and all the organizers lots of success ahead. Thank you.
We have with us the General Chair, Sidhart Bhattacharya. Dr. Sidhart Bhattacharya did his bachelor's in physics, bachelor's in optics and optic electronics, and master's in optics and optics electronics from University of Calcutta, India, into 1995, 1998, and 2002, respectively. He completed PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from Jadavpur University, India in 2008. He is the recipient of University Gold Medal from the University of Calcutta for his master's. He is the recipient of several coveted awards, including the Distinguished HOD Award and Distinguished Professor Award conferred by the Computer Science Society of India, Mumbai chapter in 2017. The Honorary Doctorate Award from the University of South America and the Southeast Asian Regional Computing Confederation, SEARCC, International Digital Award, ICT, Educator of the Year in 2017. He is also been appointed as the ACM Distinguished Speaker for the tenure 2018 to 2020. We welcome you, sir, to address the audience.
I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Very, very good morning to all of you, the conference organizers and the distinguished luminaries over here. It is a privilege for me to be associated with this conference, which is growing bigger and bigger as time is going on. In fact, it started the first edition. In fact, I was associated with this conference from the first edition itself. And I've seen the conference growing leaps and bounds over the years, and the entire onus or responsibility has been vested or taken up by Dr. Ashish Khanna and Dr. Deepa Gupta, who are very close friends of mine. In fact, I only even associated by name only, because I don't feel that there is any scope of contribution in this regard, because they are more than capable enough for carrying out this conference in this large dimension rather. So hopefully the conference will also go higher up and also will come out as one of the best conferences in India, as well as in the Asian region as well. So let us hope for the best, and also thanks are due to all the distinguished visitors over here, as well as the different participants, as well as the paper writers, authors, and the reviewers who have taken tremendous pain, in fact, in these difficult times when everything is not normal. And in this new normal, just forgetting the old normal, trying to go back to a new normal and all these things, and dwindling between all these things. So it has become very, very difficult for time and again for all of us to carry out our normal duties in a smooth way. Be that as it may, the research will go on as usual, because research is the only element which can add some values to the society. Now, given the fact that this type of pandemics and all these happenings are going to come up in the near future as well, so that means that these things are not going to be as simple as smooth as it was in the near past. Sorry, in the past. So, taking the words from the honorable chief guest, that this century is going to be the century of complexity. So, apart from human nature complexity, that means which is always evident in the behavior of human beings. The only another thing is that the change of emotions over the last couple of months in the people is also a matter of concern to all of us, because people started becoming pessimistic in the initial times when this pandemic was declared. And then as time went on, people became more optimistic to come out of this grave situation. But then even then, when the vaccine has been declared, it is not certain whether the vaccine is going to be a fruitful in all forms of the term. But given that people are also, because this is a very, very difficult situation, because once in a lifetime we come across this pandemic. And unfortunately or fortunately, we have got a chance to face the pandemic, and we have faced it very with brave heart rather. And keeping all of you in our prayers, we thank God that, and thank the Almighty to give us the courage and bravery to fight the pandemic, and also come out with some quality research for the help of the mankind in the society. And this conference in particular has already contributed a lot to the society by means of organizing several workshops, some startup ventures, and all these things are already in place. So it's quite different conference, and I'm also glad and happy to be part of it over the last couple of years. And I thank you all for being a part of this conference, and let us hope that this conference comes to a very huge success. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Next, we have our Deputy Director, NIT Patna. Professor S.K. Verma, sir, is the Deputy Director of NIT Patna and holds a BSc in Engineering, MSc in Engineering, and PhD also in Engineering from BIT Sindri, Ranchi University, Ranchi. His specialization is heat power. His specialization is heat power engineering. His area of research studies also includes solar energy, Stirling cycle engine, and computational fluid dynamics. He has contributed in the development of the institute by taking responsibilities at key positions like head of the department, mechanical engineering, dean, student welfare, dean of academics, and chairman. He has membership of professional societies like the Institute of Engineers, India, Indian Societies of Mechanical Engineers, and Indian Society for Technical Education, Solar Energy Society of India, and American Society of Mechanical Engineers. He has published research papers in the national and international journals, and has also presented papers in the international and national conferences. He has guided MSc Engineering, MTech, and PhD research scholars as well. We would welcome you, sir, to address the audience.
Thank you. Respected chief guest of the inaugural session, Professor K.K. Agrawal, Chairman NBA, guest of honor, Sri Suresh Jain, National Secretary, Bharat Vikas Parishad. Patrons of the conference, Professor Punam Verma, Principal Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi, and Professor P.K. Jain, Director, NIT Patna, General Chair, Professor Valentina E. Balash, ARAD University, Romania, Dr. Prabhat Kumar, NIT Patna, Professor Sidhart Bachara, Christ University, India, conveners of the conference, Dr. Gulshan Srivastava, Dr. Deepa Gupta, Dr. Ashish Khanna, Dr. Samir Anand, steering committee members, organizing committee members, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all. I, on behalf of NIT Patna and on my own behalf, welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Innovative Computing and Communication, icicc 2021. Director of the Institute, Professor P.K. Jain, has expressed his good wishes to this conference. National Institute of Technology, Patna, is the 18th National Institute of Technology created by the then MHRD, Ministry of Human Resource Development, now Ministry of Education, Government of India. The institute is situated in Patna, the capital of Bihar state, on the south bank of Holy River Ganga. The institute has 10 departments and it offers 6 UG courses, 16 PG courses, and PG in all the departments. This is the second time association with Shahid Sukhdev Singh College of Business Studies, University of Delhi, India, and University of Valladolid, Spain. I am very happy with success of this association and hope this association prosper further in future. I am not only hopeful but confident also that deliberations during the conference will definitely bring the fruitful results and researcher will be benefited of this conference. I thank all the organizing committee members, reviewers, sponsors, and participants for their support. I wish the conference to be a grand success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
We have with us Dr. Punam Verma, the principal of Shahid Sukhdev College. We have with us Dr. Punam Verma, the principal of Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies. She joined the University of Delhi in 1985 as assistant professor and has since taught many undergraduate and postgraduate students in some of the most prestigious institutions of the University of Delhi. She has researched how personal policies impact the performance of public sector enterprises, guiding more than 100 projects, some of which have received international acclaim and appreciation. One such project won the 3rd prize in Asia Pacific region in a competition conducted by the International Advertising Association and Bozu Worldwide Competition. She is a recipient of Fulbright Nehru International Education Administrators Fellowship of the year 2019. Poonam ma'am, believes that learning is a sustaining force of her life and an ongoing process. To her, imparting knowledge is as stimulating as learning itself. She aims to take this objective beyond the level of individual to an institution and to become instrumental in creating centers of academic excellence. We welcome ma'am to address the audience.
Thank you, and greetings from Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, Professor K.K. Agrawal, Dr. Kavita Sharma, Shri Suresh Jain ji, Professor Valentina Balas, Dr. Prabhat Kumar, Professor Sidhart Bhattacharya, Professor Suresh Kant Verma, Dr. Deepak Gupta, Dr. Ajay Jaiswal, Dr. Samir Anand. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And of course, my dear researchers and my fellow colleagues, it is indeed my brief but very pleasant duty to welcome you all and thank you for responding to our invitation to be part of this fourth International Conference on Innovative Commuting and Communications. This is organized with the objective of bringing together innovative scientists, researchers, students, and industrial experts in the field of computing and communication, with the idea of exchanging and advocating the transformation of fundamental research into institutional and industrialized research. What we have witnessed in the year gone by, what we see today, world is become elusive, well, hanging by a thread, knotty and opaque. And the educational institutions have changed very little over a century. It's these innovations in computing world that actually became a savior of our educational institutions and of course the health sector as well. And we are now witnessing a convergence of the physical data and life in fields such as artificial intelligence, environmental sustainability, human health, global connection. I'm sure these conferences are going to find new structures and solutions built with new tools. I would also take this opportunity, and in fact, it will be very befitting to talk a little about our college as well. Most of you who are here, maybe for the first time that you are being part of Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, we were also very innovative. In fact, in 1987, when this college was set up, we pioneered the undergraduate education in management with starting off two programs in management and specifically another one in finance and investment analysts. We have at present 1,200 students. In 2018, we again started with the first kind of its program in postgraduate diploma in cybersecurity and law. We have nearly more than 30 societies, student societies, which have won accolades across. These are art society, music societies, and these accolades that have been won in competition, not just at the national level in IITs and IIMs, but also international competitions. You know, specifically, we won the World Cup in 2017.
I went on mute. Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you are on mute right now.
Sorry, so I don't know where I missed it, but I was only talking about the achievements of our students, where they have been working on the social and outreach activities also. They worked a lot on the slum development, teaching this, children from those areas, e-waste management. They have done a lot. And mind you, all this has resulted into very good placements of our college. On an average, they get about 7.2 lakhs per annum with Deloitte, KPMG, Bain, Ernst Young. These are few of the institutions where they finally find their placements. That is all that I would like to say about my college. However, at this point in time, I think we are all very excited and enthusiastically, impatiently waiting to hear our keynote speakers. That is preceded by Dr. Kavita Sharma's address. She's the chairperson of our college. And I thank her and I thank the other dignitaries who became a part, who accepted our invite and are part of this conference. Thank you very much, all of you, and I wish you all the best.
It's my honor to introduce our chairperson, sscbs governing body, Dr. Kavita A. Sharma ma'am. She is the former president of the prestigious South Asian University, New Delhi. Her earlier assignments were Hindu College, Delhi University, 1998 to 2008, and Director, India International Center, New Delhi, 2008 to 2014. She has wide teaching experience of over 37 years, July 1971 to 2008. In her primary discipline of English literature, she is one of the most distinguished and versatile academicians in the country today. She has contributed extensively to research journals and participates regularly in seminars and conferences in India and abroad on subjects ranging from higher education, gender issues, diaspora, and Mahabharata. Woven into her academic and literary career is a very keen interest in Hindu philosophy and psychology and the deep study of the epic Mahabharata. Her books in this area include Windmills of the Mind and Queens of Mahabharata, which have been very well received. I would request ma'am to please address the audience.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here, and congratulations on this wonderful conference, where, as has been repeatedly said, so many organizations have come together. That in itself is a great achievement. And I think that achievement, as has been pointed out, is largely due to technology. But for technology, so many time zones, so many different places, so many different organizations would have found it hard to come together. So a lot of technology has made this possible for us. I also congratulate all of you for your very interesting conference on innovative computing and communications. Now, this takes me back a couple of years ago when I came to Shahid Sukhdev College not as a chairperson, but as one of the speakers. And I talked of the future of education and how the future will probably, whether we like it or not, will be the use of extensive use of computers, digital technology, artificial intelligence, simulation, and so on and so forth. And while people, I think, by and large, enjoyed what I had to say, but they were a little, oh, this is a little too far ahead of the times, and not really feasible. And then, ironically, has come the pandemic, and it has plunged us into the deep end. So, we've had to, perforce, get into online classes. And we have done that, we've had to do that with not enough preparation. I would like to say this because unless we accept and acknowledge where we are, where we need further infrastructure improvement, technology, training, unless we acknowledge that, we are not going to do it. Also, teachers, they have had to learn hit the ground running. They have not been used to online teaching. Now, how do you do? The pedagogy of online teaching is quite different from the pedagogy of classroom teaching. Also, students. Students I know have found it hard to sit in the isolation of their homes and go on listening to one lecture after another. And therefore, the attention spans have wavered. Also, human beings are social beings. It's one thing to actually come to a class and meet so many people and see the body language of so many people, to respond to their queries and questions. And it's another matter to have to sit day in and day out all by yourself in front of a computer screen. I think in spite of, and the national policy of education also lays such strong emphasis on digital learning, and how our lack of teachers and our lack of pedagogical resources can be overcome, especially in far-flung areas, through digital technology. However, what we have learned, I think, and I'm subject to be corrected, is during this teaching learning online process is it is really not as effective as in person. As in person communications. And this takes me back to an Upanishad which says, education is nothing but a dialogue between the teacher and the taught. The rest is frivolity. And when you do, as of today, online teaching as we know it, and I'm sure it is going to become more and more innovative as time goes by, what we miss is the dialogue between the teacher and the taught, which is not just a dialogue between one student and the teacher, but of multiple students voicing their doubts, their observations, their comments, and everyone benefiting from it. And as I said, in that process, the online teaching still does not come to par with the face-to-face teaching. Of course, we are already on our way to developing virtual labs, which will, including biology labs, which will give you the feel and the texture of a dissection. I have also seen great use made of technology, because I work. I used to, till the pandemic took over, do grassroots, workshops with SEVA, which is Self-Employed Women's Association, with grassroots workers among women, usually self-employed women. And I was amazed. Many of these semi-literate women, in fact, I told one of them to take over from my side, because she had many things to say, which I thought everyone else should hear. Now, she was not allowed, because of societal norms, to go out of the house. So what she did was, through YouTube, she has learned sewing. And she has made a huge she sews blouses for the entire village, and whoever else now will give her the orders. And she was learning how to make lehengas. And I very enthusiastically told us that she said that, I want to learn English. And I said, well, how do you propose to do that? And she said, I have found an app which gives you Gujarati and English teaching. And so I will learn English from that, because now I want to become part of the organizational structure of SEVA, where I can't do without English, because I want to also go to Delhi and talk to the various people in the ministry. So I'm really amazed at the aspirations that technology can raise and actually fulfill to a fair amount of extent. However, we must remember that we need to create infrastructure. Our infrastructure for Wi-Fi networking and services, etc., the broadband width is so severely lacking. I also chair a vocational institute for underprivileged girls, below poverty line girls. And during pandemic, we couldn't keep them in the hostel. So they are from Uttarakhand and they go into they're from remote areas of Uttarakhand. Now we have tried very hard to do online teaching, but it has been very difficult because they don't have the tools. They don't have a tablet or a laptop or anything like that. And they don't have the bandwidth. They cannot access anything. So we have moved now into various innovations from e-learning to mobile learning. And what I came across very interesting, which is the future, and again, you may say it's far-fetched, is ubiquitous learning. Now, what is ubiquitous learning? Now, the idea is that you do tagging, like you have the tags on your car, you tag objects around you, almost every object around you. And everyone, adults, children, whoever, have a handheld sensor. And when you approach that object, you can activate your sensor. And after that activation, you will get to know everything about that object. If it's a plant, what's the genus, what's the name for it, what are the characteristics, etc., etc. So it's absolutely on the spot learning. Because very often we have a question and then we say, okay, when I go back home, I'll find out what it is, or I'll find out later, but you never get around to finding out. So, so we have now 3 stages of learning: e-learning, mobile learning, and ubiquitous learning. But now we must make use of cloud computing. And the first time I got to really experience cloud computing was that I have traveled extensively and I have huge number of albums lying in my house. And I found that they were all rotting away, but that's the story of our lives. So I got hold of someone and we have scanned over 10,000 photographs, which we have put on the cloud with access only to members of the family who can add on to it also. But the same cloud computing can be used to put resources on a subject on a cloud. And then anybody, anywhere, depending on what access is provided, can have access to that. However, so this will of course lead to democratization of knowledge, which is so badly needed. We have to move from elite to almost universal access to knowledge. But then the question is, what is the role of the teacher? What will be the classroom? If this is the normal, if we go on proceeding at this rate, will there be a classroom? Do we need to make all the, I don't know, I'm just asking questions. Do we need to make these huge buildings? Will we all work and do things from our homes? Of course, now research. Research, again, our new education policy lays so much stress on research. For research too, now again, we have online access to articles from everywhere in the world. That really helps. I remember when I used to write earlier, my first thought was, let me go to the library, let me find out what are the resources, and I would cross-reference and all that. Now I do nothing. I just go to Google or JSTOR or something like that. And then first thing I do is to get stuff from there. So we have direct access to a whole lot of material from anywhere and everywhere in the world at any time according to our convenience. But is education only that? Are we going to miss out on education? Will the teachers have to radically retrain themselves to not give information which is readily available anywhere and everywhere? So what is the role of the teacher? The teacher will have to sit and figure out for the student what is relevant and what is not relevant, so that the mind is not cluttered with all kinds of extraneous information, which leads to all kinds of extraneous conclusions. Again, we see the effect of digital technology in our lives. Online shopping, including grocery shopping, clothes, tailoring. In fact, I'm just experimenting with getting a few salwar kurtas made online. even including giving measurements through a video conference. So ease of communication is what it has done. It has opened up a whole lot of avenues for a whole lot of people. However, it has also closed avenues for a whole lot of people. Professor K.K. Agrawal was talking of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Well, what is in store for us? What about now? I do online grocery shopping, but what about my neighborhood vegetable seller? What about my neighborhood provision store seller? How many jobs will be lost? And how are we going to accommodate them? Also, we know of growth because of all this digitization and computerization of processes. Factories are set up, huge, huge output, but 10 people are there because everything is computerized, is available. Right? Again, imagine a world where everybody is interlinked with computers. Yes, you can get to your doctor like that. Your traffic lights can be synchronized. You can get to driverless cars also. You have already gotten to them. You have driverless trains. Now, in such a world, imagine if some glitch happens in that computer, the computer processes. It will be a nightmare. Right? Then there are security issues. I mean, what happens if there is an unethical person who's looking after the server? Now you have put all your business information up there. So there will be, the Star Wars are coming to play, right? They're becoming a reality. So, now again, when we go for entertainment, we find that cinema houses are struggling. So look at the jobs lost. We all sit with Netflix and Prime and whatever else that we get hold of. Even the number of platforms have multiplied. So I don't want to take up, I could go on talking about this digital world and innovative world, and the consequences are both good and bad. I think a lot of high technology jobs will be created, which our universities and colleges are not up to teaching. And I think a lot of mid-level jobs will be lost, including, it has been found, of CAs and doctors, routine doctors, CAs, routine work. As it is, we are filing income tax returns on our own online, right? So all these jobs will be lost. So what are people going to do? Now, I'm told in one country, they have said, you sit at home, don't do anything, because your coming also messes up our work. And we will just give you your salaries at home. Just go out and enjoy yourself. Can human beings live like that? Can you be told that you will not need to do anything at all? You will get $2,000 every month. Sounds very nice for a couple of months. And then there are mental health issues. What do you do with yourself? So we need to bridge over the digital divide. Enormous upgradation of structure is needed. Job losses have to be catered to, and new jobs we have to retrain for. Huge number of mental health issues, which we need to come to terms with. We've seen them in pandemic. Education is not just machine learning. We need to be very clear. We are just learning. If we are talking of innovation, it will not come only out of machine learning. You can innovate only in one direction in machine learning. There is no getting away, in spite of all the digital platforms. I know science people have 25, 30, 40 people on a single platform. But without human interface, it doesn't completely work. The role of the teacher will have to be redefined, and teacher training will have to be undertaken at all levels. And finally, values. I mean, what is it that what will be missing? If everything is going to be enhancement of our technical capability, we will have the power to do bad as much as power to do good. And unless we teach values, we will be faced with a world of a nightmare, a possible nightmare, where anybody at the helm of affairs with mental health issues, and we have seen in one country, one president, what can happen. And so therefore, there will have to be social interaction re-taught, re-established. We cannot all just keep sitting in a room forever for all our lives. And our value systems will have to be geared up so that, the power to do bad is so much. There have been kings and bigots who have done a whole lot of atrocities, but today we have it at the drop of with a pressing of a button to do worse damage than you can even imagine, even worse than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So these values, how will they be taught, and what will be the process? Who will be the role models? In spite of all our digital learning and innovation, we will have to seriously look into it. Otherwise, whatever innovation we do, we can create mayhem, we can create good, and we can create mayhem. That lies on the human beings. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I wish you all the very success in your conference that you are going to have in the next couple of days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am rightly said that as much as technology has transformed the world, it is capable of being equally disastrous. With that, I would like to invite Shri Suresh Jain, sir, the National Secretary, Bharat Vikas Parishad. He has joined us. I would like, sir, to come and address the audience. Sir, please unmute. Sir, I think you're on mute. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
You are listening? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Respected Dr. K.K. Agrawal ji, who is the chief guest for today's webinar. I am thankful to the organizers who have invited me in this webinar. It is a good opportunity to link with the persons who are taking care of the educational things of communication like computer. In this time of Corona, IT and computer, it has played a great role in education field. And it is very necessary to link globally with the countries and the people through computer and the IT. Everything has become digital. So this type of webinar, which cultivate the atmosphere of the education and in progressing the country like India, who is forwarding in a very fast way, coming in the class of developed country. Now we can say India is not the developing, but the developed country in all the fields, space and computer and IT also. So I congratulate all the participants who have submitted their paper here in this webinar to develop this computer education. Today, it is a very, I will say, good day for the academicians who have participated in this webinar, because communication is must all over the country, not only country, but the worldwide, globally. And Professor Agrawal already he is the known figure of the electronics and electronics and communication. He is known in whole of the world. So we will be benefited by the Dr. K.K. Agrawal, who will give some guidelines for the research work in computer. All the way, I again very thankful because I am in the train and traveling, going to Kota. So I congratulate and thanks also to the participants and the organizer who have invited me for this a good webinar. Or I proud to be to link with this. I also can get some academic tips. Thank you very much. Thank you again and again. I say to Ashish Khanna, I'm very thankful to him. Even I am on the way. He has tried again and again and linked me to this webinar. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Our General Chair, Professor Valentina E. Ballas, is currently a professor in Department of Automatics and Applied Software at the Faculty of Engineering, Agrawal, University of Arad, Romania. She holds a PhD cum laude in Applied Electronics and Telecommunications from Polytechnic University of Timisoara. Dr. Ballas is author of more than 350 research papers in referred journals and international conferences. Her research interests are in intelligent system, fuzzy control, soft computing, smart sensors, information fusion, modeling, and simulation. She is editor-in-chief of International Journal of Advanced Intelligence Paradigms, IJAIP, and International Journal of Computation System Engineering, IJCCE. Member in editorial board member of several national and international journals and is evaluator expert of national, international projects and PhD theses. Dr. Ballas is the director of Intelligent Systems Research Center in Agrawal, University of Arad, and director at the Department of International Research Relations, Programs and Projects in the same university. Now she's working in a national project with European Union funding support BioCell NanoArt equals BioCell and NanoArt equals to BioNovel inspired cellular nano architectures for digital integrated circuits. 3M Euro from National University of Scientific Research and Innovation. She is a member of European Society of Fuzzy Logics and Technology, EUSFLAT, member of Society of Industrial and Applied Mathematics, SIAM, and senior member IEEE, member of Technical Committee, Fuzzy Systems, IEEE Computational and Intelligence Society, chair of the Task Force 14 in Technical Committee, Emerging Technologies, IEEE CIS, member in Technical Committee Software Computing, IEEE SMCS. Dr. Valentina is not available with us due to some urgent issues. Next, we have our General Chair, Dr. Prabhakar.
Moving on, I'd like to invite Dr. Deepa Gupta. Dr. Deepa Gupta, sir, received a BTech degree in 2006 from the Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, India. He received MED degree in 2010 from Delhi Technological University, India, and PhD degree in 2017 from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, India. He has completed his postdoc from Inachal, Brazil. With 13 years of rich expertise in teaching and 2 years in the industry, he focuses on rational and practical learning. He has contributed massive literature in the fields of intelligent data analysis, biomedical engineering, artificial intelligence, and soft computing. He has served as editor-in-chief, guest editor, associate editor in SCI and various other reputed journals, IEEE, Elsevier, Springer, and Wiley. He has actively been an organizing end of various reputed international conferences. He has authored, edited 50 books with national, international level publishers, IEEE, Elsevier, Springer, Wiley, Katzen. He has published 172 scientific research publications in reputed international journals and conferences, including 87 SCI index journals of IEEE, Elsevier, Springer, Wiley, and many more. He has also field published 4 papers. I'd like her to come up and share some words.
Thank you, Kavya, for inviting me. On the behalf of Organizing Committee of International Conference on Innovative Computing and Communication, icicc 2021, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the governing management, faculties, staff, and students of organizing institutes, Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, Delhi University, National Institute of Technology, Patna, and University of Valladolid, Spain. The keynote speakers from Mexico, Australia, UK, UAE, Europe, Malaysia, and India. Our panelists, delegates, session chairs, paper presenters, and participants of this conference from 20 countries. The presence of our esteemed delegates, Professor K.K. Agrawal, our chief guest, Shri Suresh Jain, our guest of honor, Professor Kavita Sharma, governing body chairperson, sscbs, Dr. Punam Verma, principal, sscbs, Professor Suresh Verma, deputy director, NIT Patna, Professor Valentina Balas, Dr. Prabhat Kumar, and Professor Sidhart Bachara, our journal chair. During the conference is a further testimony to our sincere pursuit to achieve nothing less than the best. I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Oscar Castillo from Mexico, Professor Anu Agrawal from Delhi University, Aninda Bose from Springer, India, Professor Mohammad Obedat from UAE, Dr. Om Pal from Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Dr. Mirza Lili from Australia, Dr. Buddha Chandra from Canada, Dr. Ahmed Joba from Brunel University, UK, and Professor Mustafa from Malaysia. We are grateful to them for accepting the invitation to take part in icicc 2021 and share their expertise and knowledge on the topic with the participant of this conference. I would like to thank our sponsors, student volunteers, reviewers, authors, and publishing partner for their constant support in organizing this conference. My sincere thanks goes to Dr. Sameer Anand and Dr. Ajay Jaiswal from Hosh Institute, Mr. Mulchan Sharma from MAIT, and Dr. Gulshan Srivastava from Shada University. Without them, this conference would not be possible. At last, I would like to thank our student volunteers for the smooth conduction of the conference in hybrid and online mode due to COVID-19 pandemic. And now I am happy to announce that this conference is a grand success. It is an honor for me to thank you to participate in icicc 2021. Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank all the dignitaries and participants of icicc 2021. Without any further ado, let's start with the keynote talks. For our first keynote talk, we have Professor Oscar Castillo from Tijuana University of Technology, Mexico. Professor Oscar Castillo holds a Doctor in Science degree in Computer Science from the Polish Academy of Sciences. He is a professor of computer science in the graduate division, Tijuana Institute of Technology, Mexico. In addition, he is serving as research director of computer science and head of the research group on hybrid fuzzy intelligent systems. Currently, he is president of HAFSA, Hispanic American Fuzzy System Association, and past president of IFSA, International Fuzzy System Association. Professor Castillo is also the chair of the Mexican chapter of the Computational Intelligence Society, IEEE. He also belongs to the Technical Committee on Fuzzy Systems of IEEE and the Task Force on Extensions to Type 1 Fuzzy Systems. He is also a member of NAFIPS, IFSA, and IEEE. He belongs to the Mexican Research System SNI Level 3, and his research interests are in type 2 fuzzy logic, fuzzy control, neurofuzzy, and genetic fuzzy hybrid approaches. He has published over 300 journal papers, 10 authored books, 50 edited books, 300 papers in conference proceedings, and more than 300 chapters in the edited books, and in total more than 930 publications according to Scopus, and more than 1,000 publications according to ResearchGate. He has been guest editor of several successful special issues in the past, like in the following journals: Applied Soft Computing, Intelligent Systems, Information Sciences, Nonlinear Studies, Fuzzy Sets and Systems, JAMRIS, and Engineering Letters. He is currently associate editor of the information of IEEE Transactions on Fuzzy Systems. Finally, he was elected IFSA Fellow and MICAI Fellow member last year. He has been recognized as highly cited researcher in 2017 by Cleveriat Analytics because of having multiple highly cited papers in the Web of Science. I'd like to welcome Sir to take over.
Good morning for you. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I would like to thank the authorities from the university and the organizers and Professor Deepa Gupta for the invitation. My talk will be on natural-inspired optimization of type 2 fuzzy logic controllers. And basically, I have two main topics to cover in 40 minutes. So I will try to be as fast as possible. The two topics are the optimization and type 2 fuzzy logic, two different areas, but in this case that have to come together for this talk, because we want to design efficient type 2 fuzzy systems for control. And this optimal design has to be achieved by using optimization techniques. Mainly in this case, bio-inspired or nature-inspired optimization techniques are used for designing these type 2 fuzzy controllers in a good way, or in the best way possible for the applications. In this case, in particular applications in control or intelligent control. This is the highly cited researcher and my group in Tijuana Institute of Technology. I have been fortunate to be in India about 15 times, but this was in between 2017 and 2019, because last year, no trips were allowed. And actually, I was supposed to be last year in February for this particular conference, but it was my trip was canceled, and then other trips were canceled because of COVID-19. But I had several trips, and I have visited several places, and I like your country very much. And these are some of these conferences I have been. So now to the main topic of the conference. So let's start from the beginning. So what Professor Sade did in 1965 was to propose fuzzy sets. Originally, type 1 fuzzy sets were proposed, and he later, he also proposed type 2 10 years later in 1975. But I have to say that all mathematics that had been done to that moment, we could say that they are type 0 because they are all mathematics was based on numbers, real numbers, and real numbers in our categorization can be said to be type 0 because they don't manage uncertainty. So when Professor Sade proposed type 1 fuzzy sets and then later type 1 fuzzy logic and type 1 fuzzy logic and fuzzy systems, he was proposing a way to represent the uncertainty in human reasoning, in human communications, in the uncertainty that knowledge, the human knowledge that we are using every day, this uncertainty that is present all the time. He wanted to represent in with this idea of a type 1 fuzzy set and then logic and models. And he realized that the uncertainty that was originally proposed with type 1 was not sufficient. The uncertainty modeling that was proposed originally was not sufficient to convey all the things that were present in real world. So then proposed type 2 later. And also other extensions have been proposed more recently. Also, Professor Atanasov have proposed nutritionistic fuzzy logics, and other researchers have proposed other extensions of the original idea of type 1. We have seen since that date, 1965 and later 1975, many things in fuzzy logic from the work of Mandani, then later Sugeno and other researchers have proposed many things for these years. And we have seen many applications, successful applications of fuzzy control, for example, in many things. You have seen this in cars and washing machines, air conditioning systems, and so on. Mostly type 1 applications, but successful. Later, from 2000 and up, we have seen applications of type 2 also, successful applications in robotics, parallel cognition, control, time series prediction, and other things. But still the question remains, we don't know if this is sufficient, and we don't know if we have to develop still more powerful models from the fuzzy point of view, extensions of these original models or hybrid models, like when we combine fuzzy with neural networks or with evolutionary computing and so on. So there's a lot of things to be done still to achieve intelligent systems for real world applications. And we know that, and now it's accepted, I think, mostly, that type 1, type 2, or intuitionistic or other extensions of fuzzy have been able to solve these real world problems. And even if we have still other problems to be considered that we haven't solved yet, but there are many that we have solved. So we know that this works, because at the beginning it was something that people were not convinced that fuzzy was able to solve these problems. And later this was something that was not as in the beginning, and people see these results, and they were convinced to some point. Anyway, and we have here that for achieving these successful applications, we need to find these optimal fuzzy systems. Because if we design a fuzzy system and this fuzzy system is not the optimal one for a particular problem or application, then the results will not be as good as we want or as expected. And then this is the reason why we need these optimization techniques like meta-heuristic or bio-inspired or natural-inspired optimization techniques to be able to optimize these fuzzy systems in the best way possible so that the solutions are as good as possible and very efficient. And the way that this is done in general is trying to minimize the error between the outputs of the fuzzy model or fuzzy system with respect to the real dynamical system that we want to solve or what we want to simulate. So the difference between the outputs of the fuzzy model and the real dynamic system will be the error that we want to minimize. So we will minimize some metric of the error to achieve the goal of having a good fuzzy system for a particular application. On the on the side of the mathematics behind these fuzzy models, because I have to say people sometimes think that fuzzy is not mathematics, and this is wrong. Actually, Professor Sade said that fuzzy logic was the mathematics of impreciseness. So actually, he proposed mathematics to solve the problem of impreciseness that, or uncertainty that we have in the real world. So the fuzzy set that he originally proposed, Professor Sade, for type 1 was allowing that the membership between was between 0 and 1. Not only 0 or 1, like in classical sets or classical logic that you only have true and false, or membership and completely membership or not membership. So only values 0 or 1 are allowed in classical logic and classical sets. Here he proposed allowing any value between 0 and 1. And so that revolutionized all mathematics, of course, because many people are working on generalizing all mathematics, including calculus and algebra, and all of the things that in mathematics are studied are being generalized using fuzzy. But this is another thing, and I will not talk about that. But if we consider that generalization, also we can consider type 2, in which we allow that the membership values are not only values, numbers between 0 and 1. Now they are really, again, fuzzy sets, because we are not certain about the particular numbers, particular values of the memberships. So we can allow the values of the membership to be fuzzy. In that sense, then we have fuzzy over fuzzy. So that's why we call it type 2, because the fuzzy involves that the memberships are also fuzzy. And I will show a simple example in a few moments. And we can go on. This is mathematics. So recursively, we can go on. Then we will have type 3, uncertainty over the uncertainty over the uncertainty. And we will have a more powerful model. Very few work has been done on type 3. I will show you one example of very few work have been done on this. So I have only one paper on that at the moment. Very few papers in the world on type 3, because it's more complex and not all problems maybe are worth it to go into type 3. Anyway, this is again a more powerful mathematical representation that you have to see if this is worth doing. And on the other hand, intuitionistic fuzzy models will be, in that case, you model uncertainty using membership and non-membership. In the case of fuzzy sets and fuzzy models, on the original proposal of Sade, you only use membership functions, and then you consider uncertainty over the membership functions and so on. In the proposal of Professor Atanassov from Bulgaria, he did propose using membership and non-membership, and they are not assumed to be adding to 1. And so the ignorance will be on the difference between these summing a membership and non-membership, and the sum not being 1. Then the difference with respect to 1 will be the ignorance or the hesitation, that what he calls as hesitation, Professor Atanassov. So that's another proposal, and many other extensions on that, or combining type 2 with intuitionistic have been proposed also in the literature. Anyway, at the end, if you combine intuitionistic with type 2, maybe you can have something like an equation 5. But any of those possibilities can be used. And in general, in any case, the problem using any of these kinds of models, the problem if you have data for a particular problem will be to maximize your coverage over the data. So you will have data like training data, and if you are able to cover as much as possible this data with the model, for example, 99% of the data is covered by your fuzzy model, then this fuzzy model will be very good for explaining what is happening, then maybe forecasting or simulating or whatever you want to do with this fuzzy model. So the problem is an optimization problem. So that's for sure, because like in any statistical model or differential equation model, any model that you want to fit to a particular problem or to data of a particular problem, then you have to estimate parameters based on regression or least squares or something like that. Here we also need to do that, but for the parameters of the fuzzy system. So it's a maximization or minimization depending on how you pose the problem. Minimization if you want to measure the difference or the error between the fuzzy model and the real system, or if you want to pose it as coverage of the training data, then it's a maximization, but it's equivalent in some way. So it's a maximization or minimization at the end optimization. So this optimization, we decided in the case of computational intelligence, we can use meta-heuristic algorithms like genetic algorithms, particle sum optimization, and so on. This kind of algorithms can find us a sufficiently good solution for the problem of optimization in such a way that we will have a sufficiently good solution for a particular application, and we can solve the problem, not using too much mathematics, because if we were to use a mathematical optimization method, it will be more complicated, and sometimes it's sufficient to have a good approximation to the solution very quickly, and that's the good thing in this way. Okay, so that's like an overview. So let me come to the some particular definitions very quickly. I know that we cannot cover everything in this limited time, but for those that are not familiar with this, what the original idea of SADE was proposing type 1 was extending the classical set or crisp set that only allows your element to belong to a set or not belong to a set. So actually it's like having membership 1 or 0, only 1 or 0. But this is very appropriate for mathematical problems like having a set of numbers above 5 or something like that. Of course, this is only, those cases are like for this situation because you are greater than 5 or you are not greater than 5, for example. So this is very easy. But real problems from human in the real world are not like that. So actually, we are not usually talking or discussing or having our knowledge or making our decisions by using these kinds of sets, because we have uncertainty in all things that we do in real life. So he extended to allowing membership to be between 0 and 1, any number between 0 and 1, like a continuous between 0 and 1. And actually, Clear and Yuan, two researchers, they actually they did find that this was not covering real uncertainty, just like what they call vagueness. So that's why later Sade proposed type 2. But let me show you just one example of a type 1 fuzzy set. This is for representing the set of tall people. Very simple case. The uncertainty here is in the meaning of tall. Please do not mix with the uncertainty like in probability. Probability manages uncertainty on randomness. Here is uncertainty on the linguistics or the semantics, the meaning of tall. So the meaning of tall is represented by a membership function, in this case, a triangular membership function. So for each particular height of a person, then you go to the membership function and you have a membership value. So of course, a person measuring 2 meters will be 100% maybe considered to be tall, but someone that is shorter in height will be less and less membership to be tall. So that's the idea of using these kinds of sets. But this is only an approximation, because how can you come up with this particular number? That's why I was saying that you cannot make or have a precise number for the membership, because it will be like having like an average of, if you make a survey and everybody gives us a number for this, maybe the average will be this number, and this is not very meaningful in this case. So actually, of course, it's an improvement over just saying tall or not tall, but this is not the complete idea. So what then they propose in type 2 is to say, okay, we are not sure about 0.62, but we know it's about 0.62. And about 0.62 will be, for example, one way to represent the uncertainty over this number will be to use an interval around it. And in this case, you have interval type 2 fuzzy sets. But if you use another fuzzy set around this 0.62, then you will have a complete type 2, which is called generalized type 2. So this is very intuitive form to explain it, but of course there's a lot of mathematics behind that. So the representation of an interval type 2 fuzzy set is like in this equation. So you have a set A, an element X, you have the membership function for the, what is called primary domain, which is like the type 1. And in type 2, then you have another domain for the uncertainty over the values of the primary domain. So actually what we have is, instead of just the triangle, simple triangle before here, this is type 1, we have around the triangle a region called the footprint of uncertainty. Pho is the representation of this footprint of uncertainty. So you have pho for footprint of uncertainty. So this shaded area is representing the uncertainty over the concept of toll, or is the representation of this word. So people working on computing with words for natural language, for example, are using these representations for expressing the meaning of words, and they process words to compute an output. That's another area. I will not talk about that, but you can find papers on that. But in my case, if I define a controller using fuzzy sets, using type 2 fuzzy sets, then I will have many controllers, because inside this area, there are an infinite number of type 1s. The center one is the dotted line here, which was the original type 1, but then we have many triangles inside this area. So actually the lower membership function is the limit one, the lowest one, and the upper membership function is this one. But inside there are many type 1s. And actually that's where the power comes, because it's like having many systems, and in controllers it's like having many type 1s, many type 1 controllers. So the system is more robust for different dynamic situations, or fault tolerant for different things that could happen. That's why this is better. And in this case, coming to our example of toll, then for a particular height, then we have an interval. This interval will represent that maybe John believes toll is this number, and maybe Mary believes this is the number, because the meaning of toll is subjective. And actually toll for people in Norway is different for people in Mexico, for example. So this range of values represents the uncertainty over the world. So using the other representation of type 1 is not sufficient to convey the uncertainty really there, because this is actually what Professor Mendel in type 2, one of the well-known people in type 2, he said that a word is the meaning of the word is different for different people. So that's why this is a good way to represent something like this. So, but what is the price that we pay for this? Of course, it's very, very nice, very interesting. But the price we pay is more computing. We need to do more computation, because having many type 1s inside, we don't just have to compute one type 1 in this case. Fortunately, we only need to compute 2 type 1s, because of mathematics help us here, and not the infinite number of type 1s inside this type 2 fuzzy set. And basically what we do is perform defactification, which is like a weighted average as before, but also type reduction. So actually we need to do 2 steps, type reduction and then defactification. In type 1, we only need defactification because we have only one, for example, triangular, and we perform an average over the values. But in this case, we have two steps, and I will quickly show you why. What Mendel and Liu did find about 20 years ago was that two embedded type 1s were sufficient to solve the problem of type 2, of interval type 2. They found a theorem that you need part of the upper one and then switch to the lower one. The red, you see the red here, is a membership function of type 1. And then the green one, part of the lower membership function, and then you switch to the upper. You only need to find these two switch points, the left and right. And they found an iterative algorithm for doing that. And with that iterative algorithm, you find the switch points, then you have the two type 1s that you need, and then you perform the average on that. So the critical part was this Karnik-Mendel algorithm. Actually, Karnik is from India. He was a student from Mendel, and he was a student with Mendel, was a student of Mendel when they developed this algorithm in 2000, around 2000. And actually, this algorithm very good. In 3 to 4 steps, they find a good approximation of the switch points, and then you can do the averages for finding this result very quickly. And so for us, we were very happy around those years because this made possible to compute interval type 2 in real time in some cases. Then we did propose faster algorithms, even faster than this one. Then now you can compute in 2 steps, and we now have a method with 1 step, basically like a formula instead of iterative, to find this solution. So it very quickly, but at that time was very important. This algorithm was the initial solution for solving this situation. And basically we come to this kind of an architecture. This kind of an architecture is the general one actually it's general for fuzzy systems, but in particular for type 2 fuzzy systems, we have this block here, type reducer block, that is new. If you don't have this type reducer, basically this is the architecture for a fuzzy system of type 1 also. But in type 2, when the inputs enter the numbers for the variables entered, you fuzzify because you go to the membership functions and you say this value is low, is high, or something. Then you have the fuzzy rules, which are basically comprising the knowledge of the expert, the knowledge, for example, of an expert in control for driving a car or for controlling a robot in doing navigation. These fuzzy rules are used for doing inference, logical inference, and then you obtain a fuzzy set that you need to reduce to type 1. Then you need to defuzzify to obtain a number, which is type 0. In some cases, you can use the result here. For example, people using computing with words, they process a word, then they do inference, then they output a word, because then it's like having a system for dialogue. For example, you give words and the system will respond to you, and then you use the words and then you output the words. But in control, you need the numbers because we need to send a signal as a number for the velocity, for the motor, or for something. Then you need a number. So you need to do all of these steps. So this is what we actually, in some way, we as humans do. For example, when we are driving a car, this is similar in some way what we do as humans. We receive signals from the environment. Inside, we don't calculate with numbers. We don't have a mathematical model in our brains. We fuzzify. We use logic to make a decision, and this decision we apply it to the car. We apply it on the brake, on the accelerator, on the wheel, something. We do something like that, and this is happening every second or every half a second. We are reading what is happening outside the car, and then we are doing a decision, and then we are acting on the car, and so on. This is the same process that is implemented, for example, in a robot. The robot is with the sensor reading things from outside, from the environment, then it's fuzzifying, using rules for control, doing the inference and acting on the wheels or something on the robot, and then the robot moves and so on all the time. So this is the process that we use for doing that. But this is also done for decision-making in medical diagnosis or other problems. We can do it the same way. So if we go to general type 2 very quickly, then instead of having a fixed secondary membership here, we have another membership function. That's the difference, and it's a little more complicated because we have primary membership, and then for every point, we will have another membership function instead of having an interval like in the interval type 2. So in this case, we have this situation. For any particular value, you go here for the interval, but then you have another dimension because you have a membership function, for example, a triangular here on the third dimension, because the secondary membership is not uniform here. It's not assumed to be uniform like an interval type 2. In interval type 2, you assume that the third dimension is uniform, so you have sufficiently information working with the interval. But in the case of general type 2, which is more complete model, you have a third dimension with another membership function, and this is the complete type 2 fuzzy set because you have a fuzzy set with fuzzy sets for each value. But this was very complex until very recently because you needed a lot more computation in this case for computing this kind of system. Basically, they had to generalize all operations, I mean intersection, union, implication, and so on. And in this case, you need to consider many values. You need to sample this 3D membership function, many points, or you have to cut it horizontally or vertically, and you will have many interval type 2s in this case because you will have like planes in this case. Then you have to perform union of overall this interval type 2 fuzzy sets or systems, depending on what you have. And then it's very costly. So actually, at the moment, we have been developing techniques for making this general type 2 faster than previously. Anyway, just very quickly to show you that type 2 is a good thing to do, that we will have better results. I will show you very quickly an experiment that we did about 10 years ago when we wanted to convince many people that type 2 will give better results than type 1. We compare a controller here. On the left, you see the variables with type 1 membership functions, on the right with interval type 2. In this case, for a controller, usually we use the error of a variable, for example, error in velocity. This is one input of the fuzzy controller. The change of the error, the derivative of the error, because this will give information on how quickly you are getting worse or getting better on controlling. And then the output is, for example, the action that you perform. For example, if you are controlling the car, then this will be the variable. For example, if this is automatically being done, then this will do the work of the accelerator, for example, controlling the motor of the car, basically. So we compare the performance. I will skip some things to save time. This is the schematics of a controller approach. Here you have in this block the controllers, which are basically fuzzy systems with fuzzy rules and membership functions. Here you have the plant or the system. This could be the car or the robot or the robotic system or something. And you measure the variable, for example, the velocity, and then you feedback this and you compare it to the desired value that you want. For example, in cruise control vehicle, for the vehicles or the cars, basically velocity that is being measured is being compared to the desired velocity, and then you find an error, which is the difference between the actual velocity and the desired one. Also, the exchange of the error is the other input here. And this information is going inside the fuzzy rules to obtain the control. But in real problems, you have noise in very several parts of this schematic. One of the possible noise that you can have is here when you send information from this point to this point, some way, maybe by Bluetooth, maybe by a cable, then you have some noise. And this noise will perturb or will affect the solution and will affect the stability of the controller, basically. And for example, if you have this mathematical model for the system, then you can simulate what is happening. You have this equation for the noise, and you can measure with these metrics in different forms, different ways, what is happening. These are metrics using control the sum of the square of errors, or the sum of the absolute value of errors, or the sum of the time multiplied by the error. Three types of metrics used, they're measured in different way the controller. But anyway, what we did is compare what was happening if there was no noise, which can be considered an ideal situation, ideal system. Under no noise, ideal situation, we will see that both type of controllers, type 1 and type 2, will give the same result. But when there was the noise in the feedback, what we call a real system, then we find that type 2 was giving better results. So here is a plot of the errors when there was no uncertainty or no noise on the feedback of the controller. The red and the blue are almost the same, no significant difference. So type 1 and type 2 are almost same. But if we go to the case of uncertainty or noise in the feedback, then we can see very clearly that type 1, which is in blue, has very higher errors when compared to the red one, which is the type 2. So this is, of course, my student at that time, he had to do this for different signal to noise ratios, different levels of noise. So we can see that when the noise was lower, then the type 1 and type 2 were very close, and so very similar. So here are just in a table the values, but this is not so significant. I think with the plot you can see clearly what was happening. And then later we did it also in a real system, but because at that time this was published, was first with a simulation using mathematical models for the system, and then later was with a real system. So we also developed the software at that moment. About 10 years ago, there was no software for type 2. And another one of my students, he developed the first toolbox for type 2. He used MATLAB, so he extended the functions of MATLAB for type 2. So if you have used the toolbox for type 1, then you can very easily see that this is very similar. And now in the latest version of MATLAB, you have, in the 2020 latest version, you have a toolbox for type 2, but they don't have this user interface. So because it's a very simple toolbox that they had for type 2, but ours, we have this interface, so you can construct the membership functions and with more parameters. In this case, you can have the rules, and then you can do the simulations in that case. And more recently, we have been developing things on the theoretical side also. For example, one of my students did a new method for type reduction. I was saying that we have been working on that, and by using root finding methods, he found that with one step, you can approximate the Kramnik-Mendel method by using Newton-Raphson approximation. Only one iteration of Newton-Raphson can give you a good result. So that was published there. And we have applied also these kind of things for parameter adaptation in meta-heuristics. We can use fuzzy rules for controlling, for example, like in genetic algorithm, the crossover and mutation rates. You can use fuzzy rules for moving these parameters, and in other methods similarly. We can see in another work that the robustness of the controllers in type 2 can be shown to be very good, and we make comparisons on that on this paper. We have used a new concept of shadow sets to try and approximate general type 2 with only 2 interval type 2s. And this is very good because this will make very efficient calculation of general type 2, because most of the people use, for example, 100 alpha planes, 1000 alpha planes. to approximate a general type 2. And basically, it's very time consuming because it's like doing many interval type 2 fuzzy systems for approximating just one general type 2. But if we use shadow type 2 membership functions, we can use only 2 shadow type 2 fuzzy systems to approximate a general type 2 fuzzy system. And also other methods for doing the aggregation or integration of these general type 2 methods, several things like that, using shadow. And also more recently, type 3, one paper will be appearing in February in the International Journal of Fuzzy Systems with my colleagues from Iran. And we developed what is really an interval type 3, because it's like an in-between case. What we are doing basically is assuming that the secondary membership is an interval type 2 fuzzy set, because in a general type 2 fuzzy set, the secondary membership is a type 1 fuzzy set. So now if we go to assuming that the secondary membership is an interval type 2, then we now have an interval type 3 fuzzy set, and this is the picture of that. And this is will appear in this paper in February in this month. And basically, you are assuming that you have another degree of uncertainty. So this will be a more powerful model. And they have implemented for a controller in real system, and is working very good and better than type 2, better than type 1, and better than other controllers. So, but this is very recent. I didn't have time to include more of this. Hopefully in the next presentation, I can give more details on this part. And let me see how much time I have. I think I'm almost up. I will just comment on our work on this. In this case, one of my students, she did use on 2 parts of the problem type 2. Basically, what she did was B-colony optimization, which is a method for optimizing. She did perform control over the B-colony by using type 2 fuzzy rules, because the parameters of B-colony, which are alpha and beta, we don't know what the values they will need to have. So basically, during execution, these values are being changed to accelerate the convergence of B-colony. And then she tested the B-colony, fuzzy B-colony in this case, with designing the controller of a fuzzy, fuzzy controller of a robot. So basically, that's why this schematic. So she designed this. I will skip some. This is with general type 2, which is this kind of membership functions. This is the controller of the robot. 2 inputs, the errors on the linear and angular velocities for controlling the two wheels, the two wheels of the robot. And this is the kind of robot. 2 torques are going to be needed to control the left and right wheels of the robot. And she also experimented, these are the equations of the B-colony optimization for probabilities of the bees moving from one point to another, basically. But the alpha and beta are not known, so she used a fuzzy system with these inputs, iteration and diversity of the bees, because you are using a population of bees. And this is the controller that she proposed, using as inputs iteration diversity. The outputs are the beta and alpha. She did compare interval type 2, general type 2, and type 1 for controlling the B-colony, and the rules that she found by experimenting with the method were these rules, and she found all the controllers, and she compared, for example, you can see here for a trajectory in red, the actual trajectory of the robot with general type 2 is better, which is the lowest one. In this case, it's without noise, and with noise applied in which can be like obstacles in the around the trajectory that you need the robot to follow. The general type 2 fuzzy B-colony was better in finding the best trajectory with the lowest error between the real trajectory and the desired one. And this was in simulation, then we applied to a real robot. And Other application was with my colleagues in Turkey. They found controller with for a helicopter, two rotors, the tail and the main rotor. So they have controllers, fuzzy controllers for both rotors. And they have also, I will skip details, but they have the memory functions, the rules, fuzzy rules for driving the helicopter are these fuzzy rules. And in simulation for the pitch and yaw angles, in simulation, we have behavior like this, which is very good. Then they went for a system, miniaturized system in the lab, like this. You see here, they have the two rotors here. And here you have more error than with the simulation, but it's very good still. They are gonna try with a real helicopter in large scale, I mean, helicopter. Here is the comparison of the errors with the method, fuzzy method and classical PID, which is lower error. And basically, very quickly, this is my talk. I have to skip some things because of the constraints of time, but I'm available after the talk. You can send me email or you can find me in other ways. I'm also in Messenger or by email or any way you like to use. Or I don't know if we have time for questions because of time, but this is my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So I will stop sharing.
Moving on, let's move to the much awaited segment of our conference, the award ceremony.
The UI Leadership Award is to honor the determined efforts and achievement of change makers who have made their performance and innovative excellence in their respective fields. It is very special and unique setup. It involves International Excellence Awards in various categories. UI Leadership Awards creates a worldwide recognition and reserves its own space in the society of the winning profiles. As such, it also provides participants with an ideal opportunity to make this work visible to a wider audience. We have with us Dr. Subhash Chandra.
We're starting with the award ceremony within 5 minutes. Thank you.
We'll be starting with the award ceremony. The UI Leadership Award is to honor the determined efforts and achievements of change makers who have made their performance and innovative excellence in their respective fields. It is a very special and unique setup. It involves International Excellence Awards in various categories. UI Leadership Award creates a worldwide recognition and reserves its own space in the society for winning profiles. As such, it also provides participants with an ideal opportunity to make this work visible to a wider audience. Our first award is the Lifetime Achievement Award. Dr. Subhash Chandra Kulshetra is awarded with the Lifetime Achievement Award. He is the founder and chairman of Sri Ram Group of Colleges, Muzaffarnagar, chairman IIMT Group of Institutions, Sharanpur, chairman CHS Group of Colleges, Khurja. He is director of IDECCS University, Meerut, board convener of Board of Studies, CCS University, Meerut, convener of Research Degree Committee, RDC, CCS University, Meerut, member of the Academic Council, CCS University, Meerut, Senator, Jainarayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan, Governor's nominee, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Rajasthan Ayurveda University, Jodhpur, member of Planning and Development Committee, MDS University, Ajmer. We would like to congratulate you, sir, on this award.
The next award is the Young Researcher Award in the international category. And the award goes to Dr. Utku Kose. Dr. Utku Kose received the BS degree in 2008 from Computer Education of Gazi University. He received an MS degree in 2010 from Afyo Koçtatepe University, Turkey, in the field of computer, and PhD degree in 2017 from Selçuk University, Turkey, in the field of computer engineering. Between 2009 and 11, he worked as a research assistant in Afyon Koçtatepe University. Following, he has also worked as a lecturer and research assistant. He has also worked as a lecturer and vocational school vice director in Afyon Koçtatepe University between 2011 and 12. He's also worked as an assistant professor in Suleiman Demirel University between 2017 and 2019. Currently, he is an associate professor in Suleiman Demirel University, Turkey. He has more than 100 publications, including articles, authored and edited books, proceedings, and reports. He is also on editorial boards of many scientific journals and serves as one of the editors of the Biomedical and Robotics Healthcare book series by CRC Press. His research interests include artificial intelligence, machine ethics, artificial intelligence safety, optimization, chaos theory, distance education, e-learning, computer education, and computer science. We'd like to congratulate Sir for this award. Moving on, the next award is the Young Researcher Award in national category. This has been awarded to Dr. Gulshan Srivastava. Dr. Gulshan Srivastava, PhD, MTech, MBA, DE, SMI, EEE, MACM, LMISTE. Dr. Gulshan Srivastava is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Chadha University, Greater Noida, UP. He was also visited at DITech Limited, Papua New Guinea as a technical trainer and researcher. He received his PhD from the NIT Patna and MTech in Information Security from GGS IPU Delhi, and MBA IT and Finance from IKG PTU, and DE Computer Science and Engineering from the MDU Rohtak, Haryana. He has several patents, edited books, book chapters, research papers to his credit. He is associate editor of ICT Scopus Index and also served as associated editor of JGIM SCIE Index and IJDCF Scopus Index, IGI Global and section editor of Scalable Computing. He's also serving many reputed journals as guest editor, editorial board member, international advisory board member, and reviewer board member. He's a life member of ISTE, senior member of IEEE, and professional member of AC. His research interests include information security, digital forensic, data analytics, machine learning, malware detection, and analysis. A very big congratulations for this award, sir.
Moving on, we have the award for Outstanding Academic Leader of the Year. Dr. Vijay Singh Rathore has been awarded with this award. Professor Vijay Singh Rathore is PhD Computer Science, MCA, MTech, CS, MBA, ICAD USA diplomas in French and German. Professor CS and Professor of CS and Director of International IIS, deemed to be University, Jaipur. Presently working as Professor of CS and Director of International IIS and Secretary, ACM Jaipur Chapter, and past Chairman, CSI Jaipur Chapter. Having teaching experience of 20 plus years, 3 patents published, PhD supervised, awarded 18 under supervision, 9. Published 94 research papers and 10 books, and associated as editor and reviewer in some reputed journals. Received 20 plus national and international awards of repute. His core research areas include internet security, cloud computing, big data, and IoT. He has organized and participated in 25 plus national and international conferences of repute. His foreign visits of various academic activities, delegates, invite, keynote speakers, session chairs, and guests include USA, Canada, France, the Netherlands, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Nepal, etc. He has been a member of Indian Higher Education Delegation and visited 20 plus leading universities in Canada in May 2019, and in UK in July 2017, and in USA in August 2018, supported by AICTE and GR Foundation. Other delegation visits include University of Amsterdam in 2016, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore in 2018, University of Lincoln, QMUL, Brunel University, Oxford Brookes University in 2020 for discussions on academic and research collaborations. We congratulate you, sir, on this award. Moving on, we have Outstanding Research Leadership Award. Dr. Meenakshi Sharma is awarded with this award. She is the Dean in University Center of Research and Development, UCRD, Galgotias University's Greater Noidas. She has total 50 plus research publication in IEEE transactions, SCIE and SCI. She won the Best Researcher and Teacher Award in 2017 and 2018. Congratulations, ma'am, on this award.
Moving on, the next award is the Best Researcher Award in the Biotechnology category. This award goes to Dr. Avinash Marwal, sir. Dr. Avinash is an assistant professor in the Department of Biotechnology at Mohanlal Sukhdev University, Udaipur, Rajasthan, India. He has served as a young scientist, principal investigator in Modi University of Science and Technology, Lakshmangarh, Sikar, for 3 years as an assistant professor in Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, for UG and PG courses in biotechnology, food biotechnology, and nutrition. He's also served as an assistant professor in Shekhawati Group of Institutions for 1 year. Also as a research fellow for 1 year in a research project entitled Design and Synthesis of Nanoparticle Liposomal Smart Hybrids for Targeted and Controlled Release of Drugs. It was funded by Department of Atomic Energy, Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences, Government of India. He has currently published 130 publications with around 550 citations. Congratulations, sir, for this award. The next award is the Best Researcher Award in Computer Science category. And this award has been awarded to Dr. Amit Kumar Singh. Dr. Amit Kumar Singh is currently an assistant professor in the Computer Science and Engineering Department, National Institute of Technology, Patna, Bihar, India. He received his PhD from National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, Haryana in 2015. He has authored over 100 peer-reviewed journal, conference publications, and book chapters. He has authored 3 books and edited 5 books with internationally recognized publishers such as Springer and Elsevier. He has been recognized as world ranking of top 2% scientists in the area of biomedical research for year 2019, according to the survey given by Stanford University, USA. He is the associate editor of IEEE Access since 2016, IEEE Future Directions since 2020, IEEE Image Processing since 2020, Telecommunication System Springer since 2020, Journal of Intelligent System De Groote since 2020, and former member of the editorial board of Multimedia Tools and Applications, Springer. He has edited various international journals, special issues as a lead guest editor, such as ACM Transactions on Multimedia Computing, Communications and Applications, ACM Transactions on Internet Technology, etc. Congratulations, sir, for this award. Moving on, the next award is the Best Researcher Award in Electrical Engineering category. So this award goes to Dr. Yogendra Arya. Dr. Yogendra Arya, sir, is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at Maharaja Surajmal Institute of Technology, Janakpuri, New Delhi. He has a teaching experience of more than 10 years and has been placed in top 2% of researchers in the world. He has received MSIT Certificate of Excellence in Research 2019 and MSIT Certificate of Excellence in Research in 2018. He is also awarded with MSIT Best Faculty Award in 2018. He has also served as a lecturer in Electrical and Electronics Engineering Department at HMR University of Technology and Management, Hamidpur, New Delhi. He has published 42 publications in numerous reputed journals, indexed with Google Scholar, Scopus, etc. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award. The next award is the Best Researcher Award. The next award is the Best Researcher Award in Management. So this award goes to Dr. K. Lingaraja. He is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Business Administration at Thiagarh College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. He served as a guest faculty at BSMED, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore for 2 years. He also worked as a researcher at Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Bharat Desan University, Tiruchirappalli for 4 years, and as an accountant at Scribe Outsourcing Services, Private Limited, Chennai for 3 years. He completed his PhD in management from Bharati Dasan University, Tiruchirappalli, and he has also qualified UGC NET JRF Fellowship in December 2010. He was awarded by University Grant Commission, New Delhi for the same. He was honored as a Junior Research Fellow in 2012 and Senior Research Fellow in 2014. He achieved his first rank in MBA and also published 36 publications in numerous reputed journals indexed with Google Scholar, Scopus, and eProfile, etc. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award.
Moving on, we have the Best Researcher Award in Mathematics. Dr. Priyanka Kaushal has been awarded this. Dr. Priyanka Kaushal is working as Associate Professor in Applied Science Department at Chandigarh Engineering College, Mohali, Punjab. She did her master's degree from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, and doctoral degree from IK Gujarat, Punjab Technical University. She has published more than 25 research papers in reputed journals and conferences and 4 books chapters. She has delivered many expert talks in seminars and workshops. She has been granted 1 international patent by the Australian government and 1 more international patent. She is serving the research community as a reviewer, book editor, and in several forms. She is honored with the Best Researcher Award in Mathematics. Congratulations, ma'am, on this award. Moving on, we have Young Innovator Award in International category. Dr. Nirmal Thakur is currently a researcher at Multimedia and Augmented Reality Labs in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at the University of Cincinnati. He has authored 26 peer-reviewed publications in the form of conference papers, journal publications, and book chapters that has been cited more than 130 times. He has delivered 21 presentations, including keynote addresses and invited presentations in different international conferences. By serving as a reviewer for 25 conferences and almost as many journals, he has reviewed close to 250 papers and served as a committee member of 26 conferences. He has reviewed several national and international awards, recognitions, and honors. He is the nominee of 2021 Forbes 30 Under 30 list of scientists. 2 of his most recent awards include the Young Scientist of the Year Award and the Excellent Researcher Award. Last year, he was inducted in the elite list of the Marquis Top Scientists of the World and has been recognized as the pinnacle professional in activity-centric computing by Continental Who's Who. Congratulations, sir, on this award. Next up, we have Young Innovator Award in Computer Science Department. This has been awarded to Dr. Puneet Garg. Dr. Puneet Garg has scored his bachelor and master's degree in specialization of computer science and engineering in 2008 and 2011 respectively. He is currently doing his doctoral research from J.C. Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA, Faridabad. He has 8 years of teaching experience in various engineering colleges in Delhi NCR. During his teaching career, he has filed and published 8 national patents and 3 international patents from the United States, Vietnam, and Australia. His patent title, iAutomobile, intelligent automobile equipped with a camera, radar, and RFC via sensor fusion, has been successfully granted by the Australian government recently. He's also working on a ICTE-sponsored project titled Child Identification Software for Recognizing Missing Children using machine learning-based speech clarification techniques. Under Research Promotion Schemes, RTS, as co-principal investigating officer, his major area of interest is mobile ad hoc wireless networks, wireless sensor networks, algorithms, and opportunities. He has published more than 20 research papers in numerous reputed journals indexed with SCIE, Scopus, and Web of Science, etc. Congratulations, sir, on this award. Next up, we have Young Innovator Award in Civil Engineering. Dr. Amrendra Kedan. Dr. Amrendra Kadia is assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at Bhagwan Mahavir Institute of Engineering and Technology, Sonipat.
Congratulations, sir. The next award is the Best Innovation Award in Computer Science. This award goes to Dr. Rick Das. Dr. Rick Das, sir, is an assistant professor for postgraduate program in the field of information technology at Xavier Institute of Social Service, Ranchi. He has 10 years of research experience in collaboration with professionals from industry and academia. He was a member of Advisory Board AI Forum. He was featured in ULEG's Wall of Fame as one of the top 50 tech-savvy academicians in higher education across India. He also served as a consultant at Upgrad. He was a founder of YouTube channel Curious Neuron, hosting videos on research methodology, machine learning, etc. He has proposed more than 20 novel prototypes of feature extraction for boosting up machine learning. His publications include 4 Science Citation Indexed, SCIE's publications, 3 ISI Web of Science Index publications, and 10 Scopus Index publications with more than 16 international journal publications. He was also an editorial board member and reviewer of international journal and conferences. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award. The next award is the Best Innovation Award in Electronics and Communication. This award goes to Dr. Tushar Rishikesh Jaware. Dr. Tushar Rishikesh is currently working as assistant professor at RC Patel Institute of Technology, Sherpur in E&TC Engineering Department. He has completed his PhD and ME from SGBAU Amravati. He is recognized as a PhD supervisor in E&TC Engineering at DBATU, Lunaire, and NMU Jalgaon. He was a member board of studies in E&TC and Industrial Electronics and postgraduate teacher at NMU Jalgaon. His publications include 23 international journals, 20 international conferences, 11 books published, 10 national conferences, and 5 poster presentations. He has received a Research Excellence Award in 2021 for teaching faculty by IEE Belapur and FCRIT Vashi. He received Best Researcher Award by Institute of Technical and Scientific Research ITSR Foundation Award in 2020. He also received Young Educator and Scholar Award 2020 by NFED Tamil Nadu. He received Best Paper Award at National Conference RDSET 2019 Burhanpur and also received Best Faculty of the Year 2019 for published research by CSI Mumbai. And to add more, he also received Promising Engineering Award 2018 from Institution of Engineers, Nasik. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award. Moving on, we have the Best PG Thesis Award. And this award has been given to Sandeepan Dhar, sir. He is currently a PhD scholar of NIT Durgapur in the Computer Science and Engineering Department. He had completed his MTech from NIT Durgapur with the thesis titled Aesthetic Analysis of Human Faces Using Deep Learning Approaches. He served as a co-initiator of SCML and as a teaching assistantship during MTech and PhD in NIT DGP. He has supervised 4 research-based projects as a teaching assistant. Congratulations, sir. The next award is the Best PhD Thesis Award in Computer Science category. And this award goes to Dr. Abhishek Verma, sir. Dr. Abhishek Verma, sir, is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at BBD University, Lucknow, India. He has completed his Doctor of Philosophy from National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, India, with the thesis title, Design and Development of Intrusion Detection Systems for Internet of Things. He has published 15 publications in numerous reputed journals indexed with Google Scholar, Scopus, etc. He has served as a teaching assistant, junior research fellow, and senior research fellow at National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, India. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award. The next award is the Best PhD Thesis Award in Biotechnology category. This award goes to Dr. Thirumal Kumar D. Dr. Thirumal Kumar is an enthusiastic bioinformatician with 3 years of teaching experience and 6 years of research experience. He completed his doctoral thesis in the field of computer-aided drug discovery from Vellore Institute of Technology, India. He served as an assistant professor in VIT Vellore and assistant professor in SIMATS, Chennai. He was elected as a fellow of the Linnean Society of London. He was also elected as a member by the Royal Society of Biology on 1st April 2018. He received the Har Gobind Khurana Best Young Scientist Award from Bose Scientific Society under Tamil Nadu Scientific Research Organization and Research Project of the Year Award in Indian Education Awards 2019. He has currently published more than 65 publications with a cumulative impact factor of more than 180 with around 750 citations. Congratulations, sir, for this award. Moving on, we have the Best PhD Thesis Award in Electrical category. This award goes to Muhammad Adil Sheikh. Mr. Adil Sheikh has submitted his doctoral thesis titled Secure Control of Complex Network Development of a Smart City in the Electrical Engineering Department, Veer Mata Jijabai Technology Institute, Mumbai, India, in August 2020. He also worked as a senior research fellow at COE CNDS, VJTI, Mumbai, India, handling projects worldwide on wide area monitoring and smart grid for approximately 2 months. He has received Special Recognition Award for Research Excellence in PhD Regional category under IEI BLC FCRIT Excellence Award, January 2021, received Student Travel Award of $300 AUD from IIII ICPS Conference, Perth, Australia, for paper presentation in Perth 2019. Received Student Travel Grant of $250 from IEEE SPEC Conference, Singapore, for paper presentation in Singapore in 2019. And received scholarship for PhD under PEQIP third for 3 years, 2017 to 20. His research publications include 2 IEEE journal, 29 IEEE conference papers, and 1 Taylor and Francis book chapter. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award. Moving on, we have the Best PhD Thesis Award in the Arts category. This award goes to Dr. Abdul Salam Khan. Dr. Abdul Salam Khan is a gold medalist in MA, MPhil, and PhD in Visual Arts. A multifaceted persona with a distinctive impressionist painter, academician, and an amateur writer. He uses creativity and innovative approaches through myriad canvases to bring about long-lasting transformative changes in the society in effort to combat and resolve perpetual societal problems. He holds nearly 15 solo and 85 group shows across the world, and also attended more than 9 national and 7 international art camps. He has published several research papers in national and international conference and also in peer-reviewed journals. He has attended more than 15 international and national conferences in various topics such as the current trends in world music, examining India's examination system, Liberty 2021, etc. He participated in more than 8 virtual academic workshops. He was also the recipient of several prestigious awards and honors, such as the National Award in form of Junior Fellowship by Ministry of Culture, Government of India, State Lalit Kala Academy Award, etc. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award. The next award is the Best Research Project Award. This award goes to Deborsi Basu, sir. He is currently pursuing the PhD degree from G.S. Sanyal School of Telecommunications, IIT Kharagpur, with a joint collaboration of Vanderbilt University, Nashville, Tennessee, USA. He has received Best Paper Award, ICIM SAT 2019, multiple Best Poster Awards at national and international levels, STG Award, IEEE VCNC 2020, ACM SIG Mobile, IEEE Globecom 2020, IEEE ComSoc Summer Intern Award, Best Young Researcher Award 2020 at Green Thinkers, Life Fellow 2021 at I2OR, and more. She has published more than 20 publications in SCI, Scopus Index journals, and flagship conferences at national and international level. He has served as a teaching assistant at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India, and as a lab assistant in KGEC, Control System Lab, Circuit and Simulation Lab. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award. The next award is for Academic Proficiency Award in the Electronics and Communications sector. This has been awarded to Dr. R. Gayatri. Dr. R. Gayatri completed her BE in Electronics and Communication Engineering at Government College of Engineering, Trinovelli, from Manumania Sundarna University by the year 1999. She has completed her ME Communications from Anna University by 2009. She has completed her PhD in Digital Image Processing from Anna University by the year 2018. She is having 21 years of engineering college teaching experience. Her areas of interest include digital image processing and communication system. She has published 2 patents in her credit, number of research papers in international and national conferences and international and national journals. She has organized and attended more number of workshop and seminar conferences. She was honored with Distinguished Faculty Award, Kalvi Ratna Award, Dr. Radhakrishnan Best Engineering College Professor Award, and many more. She has been the Honorary Secretary of IETE Salem Sub Center and IETE Chennai Center for more than 6 years. Lifetime member of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunications Engineering, IETE, International Association of Academicians and Researchers, INAAR, and International Association of Engineers, IAENG. Congratulations, ma'am, on this award. Next up, we have the Teaching Excellence Award in Computer Sciences. Dr. Sonali Ridhorkar has been awarded this. Dr. Sonali Ridhorkar received her PhD degree from Computer Science and Engineering Department, G.H. Raisoni College of Engineering, Nagpur, RTMUN, and University and MTech, CSE and BE Computer Technology degree from RTMUN. She worked in RG Raisoni College of Engineering, Nagpur, 14 years. She has authored many papers in international and national journals, conferences in the area of cybersecurity, pattern recognition, network security, cryptography, and network security, mobile communication, ad hoc networking, etc. Currently, she is associate professor and head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at G.H. Raisoni Institute of Engineering and Technology. She is recipient of Best Teacher Award, Best PhD Work Research Paper Award at the icicc 13. She has more than 17 years of teaching experience. She has more than 60 publications in index journals and conferences. She is a member of IEEE and IFERP and serves on the editorial and review board of multitude of journals related to the computer science. Congratulations, ma'am, on this award. Next up, we have Teaching Excellence Award in Management. Dr. Meenakshi Tomar has been awarded this award. Dr. Meenakshi Tomar is an assistant professor in the Department of Marketing and Communications and also an assistant dean at the Integrated BBA Honors plus MBA Junior Batches JGBS OP Jindal Global University with a teaching experience of 4 years. She has completed her MBA in European International Business from University of Bordeaux, France, and PhD from University of Petroleum and Energy Studies.
She has served as a doctoral research fellow in the area of marketing at the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun, for 3 years. She is awarded with the Young Faculty Award 2019 for Best Teaching Practices by the Center of Education Growth and Research, New Delhi, in April 2019. Awarded with the Women Leadership Award for Contribution in Education by Indian Women Convention, New Delhi, in September 2018, and awarded with Dr. Indra Parekh 50 Women in Educational Leaders in the July 2018, held at Taj Lands End, hosted by the World Educational Congress. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have the Best Teacher Award. Dr. Smita Nirkhi is awarded this. Dr. Smita Nirkhi is prominent educationalist and teacher. She is a renowned software professional, researcher, and academician. She has received numerous accolades for her valuable contribution and achievements in education and research. A stickler for quality, team building, and to core, and a natural motivator with perseverance and integrity. She has more than 15 years of experience in academic and has published more than 39 research papers in refereed journals and conferences. She has organized a number of workshops, summer internships, and expert lectures for students. She has worked as a session chair, conferencing steering committee member, an editorial board member, and a reviewer in the National IEEE Journal and conferences. Congratulations, ma'am, on this award. Moving on, we have the Best Head of Department Award in Computer Science Department. Professor Deepali Virmani is awarded as the Best Head of Department Award. Professor Deepali Virmani is a technology-driven research professional with 19 plus years of experience in a variety of domains in information technology like machine learning, sensor networks, and much more. She holds an innovation portfolio of multiple international publications and 11 patents, 4 granted and 7 published. She has extensive experience in coordinating technical events hosted by the IIT Mumbai, IIT Delhi, IIT Kharagpur, AICTE. She has experience in syllabus formulation from BTech courses and in GDS IPU, and also experience in driving campus hiring drives from institute side. She has worked as coordinator for getting CSE department of BPIT MBA accredited. She has organized and chaired multiple international conferences and is an active member of many technical bodies like IEEE, CSI, IETE, etc. She is currently the head of department and professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Bhagwan Parshuram Institute of Technology, affiliated to GGSIPU, New Delhi. Congratulations, ma'am, on this award. The next award is the Best Head of Department Award in Information Technology. This award goes to Moirangatham Marjeet Singh. Moirangatham sir is an assistant professor and head of Department of IT CSE at Northeastern Region of Institute of Science and Technology, a deemed to be university under Ministry of Education, Government of India, near Shili, Arunachal Pradesh, India. He has a teaching experience of over 18 years, and he received Best Paper Award on the paper entitled Effect of Black Hole Attack on Mannet Reliability in DSR Routing Protocol, presented in 10th ICA-CCT 2016 conference held at APIIT-SC Panipat, Haryana, India. It was published in Springer Nature PT Singapore and also awarded with the IEI Young Engineers Award in 2014-15. He has published 33 publications and numerous journals. Congratulations, sir, for this award.
The next award is the Best Director Award. This award goes to Dr. Vivek Kapoor. Dr. Vivek is a professional and dedicated academician with 24 plus years of cross-functional experience in the areas of strategic planning, project management, quality assurance, and quality enhancement of technical institutions, outcome-based education. His specialization is in signal and image processing and wireless communication. He is appointed as Margdarshak Evaluator by All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, as AAC Evaluator by National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, and as NBA Evaluator by National Board of Accreditation, New Delhi. He served as an active participant, contributor in NBA initiatives related to quality assurance and quality enhancement through outcome-based education across the country. He was also a part of the delegations to top universities in USA, UK, Singapore, Malaysia, and Dubai. He was approved as a guide for PhD and MTech of Nagpur University and GHRU Amravati. He was also a member of various LEC committee and first affiliation committee of Engineering College under RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. He has several research papers and research-related activities to his credit. He's trying to serve the education world with his administrative and research-based skills. A very big congratulations, sir. The next award is the Best Principal Award, and this goes to Dr. Santosh Kumarji. Dr. Santosh Kumarji has graduated from East-West Institute of Technology, Bengaluru, in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering in the year 2007. Post-graduated from Dr. Ambedkar University of Technology in VLSI and Embedded System Design in the year 2010. He's completed his PhD in Visvesvaraya Technological University, Belagavi, Karnataka in the year 2018. He has been consistent with a good academic record throughout his higher education under Visvesvaraya Technological University, Belagavi, Karnataka. His experience of 11 plus years in teaching, reviewer for prestigious journals, Cluster Computing, the Journal of Supercomputing, Springer Editorial Board, International Journal of Reasoning-Based Intelligent Systems, IndoScience Publisher, Journal of Ambient Intelligence, and Humanized Computing, Springer. He received awards like Kuvempu Kannada Ratna Award from Kivempu Kalanikethana on the occasion of 116 Kuvempu Jayanti at Ravindra Kalakshetra in the year 2020. As principal, it is the third year being served East-West College of Engineering. He has been successful academically and in research activities. He has 2 gold medals in aeronautical engineering throughout Karnataka for batch of 2018. He's been to research centers have been sanctioned in the year 2020 by Visvesvaraya Technological University, Belagavi for electronics and communication engineering, mechanical engineering, and mathematics. Here, 3 international conferences have been organized in association with Elsevier and Springer. 35 plus Indian patents have been filed and published. 3 plus international patents have been filed by East-West College of Engineering. Also, faculties have more than 300 publications overall. A non-stop 30-day, 30 webinar series under Avobodha series have been also conducted in August 2020 with 5,000 plus participants. A very big congratulations, sir. The next award is the Scientist of the Year Award. And this award goes to Dr. Pankaj B. Agrawal. Dr. Pankaj Bhushan Agrawal is a principal scientist at Semiconductor Device Fabrication Group, CSIR, CEERI, Pilani. He served as a junior scientist for 3 years and as a scientist for 4 years at Sensors and Nanotechnology Group, CSIR, Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute, Pilani, India. As a senior scientist at Nano Biosensors Group, CSIR, Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute, Pilani, India for 5 years. He completed his PhD in Engineering Science from Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, India. He has published 28 publications in numerous reputed journals. He got a national scholarship from 11th class up to BTech final year. A very big congratulations, sir, for this award. The next award is the Highly Cited Paper Award. And this goes to Dr. Padmalaya Nayak. She's working as a professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Gopuraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering Technology, Hyderabad, under Jawaharlal Technological University, Hyderabad since 2009. She obtained her doctoral degree from National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli, India in 2010. She has 17 years of teaching experience and research experience in the area of ad hoc and sensor networks. She's published more than 45 research papers in various international journals and conferences. She's also contributed 5 book chapters to her credit. She has visited many countries to present her research paper in many international conferences. She has received many national and international level awards for her academic contributions to the education system and research. She's working with many funding projects sponsored by AICTE and UGC. She's a member of IEEE, IETE, CSI, and IEANG professional bodies. A very big congratulations, ma'am.
Moving on, we have the Supervisor of the Year Award. Professor Abhishek Swaroop is awarded this. Professor Abhishek Swaroop has industrial experience in organizations like Usha Rectifier Corporations and Envirotech Instruments Private Limited. He has served in reputed educational institutes such as JP Institute of Information Technology, Noida, Sharda University, Greater Noida, and Galgodias University, Greater Noida. He has served as various administrative positions as head of the department, head T&M, P, division chair, and NBA coordinator of the university. One student has completed his PhD from NIT Kurukshetra under his supervision. He is currently supervising one PhD student from IIT Dhanbad, one PhD student from AKEU, and 2 PhD students from Uttarakhand Technical University, Dehradun. He has guided 10 MTech discretions and numerous BTech projects. He has authored 3 books, 4 edited books, and 5 book chapters, 6 SCI publications, and numerous other publications. He has been a part of the organizing committee of 3 IEEE conferences, ICCA 2015, ICCA 2016, ICCA 2017, 3 Spingle conferences, icicc 2018, 19, and 2020. He was as a technical program chair. He was the convener of the National Conference NCCIN 2K18. He is the member of the various professional societies like CSI and ACM and editorial board of various reputed colleges. Congratulations, sir, on this award. Next up, we have Academic Professional Award in Computer Science Department. This award has been given to Dr. Nitin Kumar. Dr. Nitin Kumar is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at National Technological University, Uttarakhand. He has completed his PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He has received Young Teachers Award from Moody University of Science and Technology in ICONC3. Received Young Researchers Award in First Universal Innovators Leadership Award in ICCC 2020. Received Best Paper Award in Scopus Indexed ICACCT 2019 and Young Scientist Award from UCOST Dehradun under DST. He has published 52 publications in numerous reputed journals indexed with Google Scholar, Scopus, etc. Congratulations, sir, on this award. Moving on, we have the Best Entrepreneur Award, which has been given to Mr. Devansh Jain Nawal. Mr. Devansh Jain Nawal has completed his BTech from Netaji Subhash Institute of Technology. He is the founder of the Healthy Club. He is passionate about technology and fitness and has started the health company after a 50 kilo weight loss journey during his undergraduate engineering in computer science. In a quest to have a non-linear impact on the lives of those around him, his startup has recently been shortlisted for the huge funding, which itself is a remarkable achievement. To complete the journal Engineering Indian Male Stereotype, he has topped the CAT 2019 with 99.96 percentile and got MBA admits at IIM Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Calcutta. However, foregoing MBA to continue to work on his startup. He's a part of the crypto investor, competitive debater, and Twitter philosopher. He enjoys discussing ideas, contemplating the implication of artificial general intelligence, and talking about the future of the autonomous vehicles. Congratulations, sir, on this award. Moving on, we have the Best Entrepreneur Award. The co-partner of this award is Mr. Akshay Jain. Mr. Akshay Jain has completed his BTech in Computer Science from Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology. He is the co-founder of the Healthy Company, along with Mr. Devansh Jain Nawal. He has a strong fundamental base of computer science, AI, and machine learning, and business development, and he is extremely passionate about integration of the two together. He shredded over 30 kgs of weight in his final year of college and stumbled upon the idea, which is now the Healthy Company. He likes devoting his time to explore new fields every day, just to widen his horizon and to get a deeper understanding of all the development. His normal day-to-day life involves work in almost all the verticals, from warehousing management, logistical operations to accounting and bookkeeping, skills which he acquired just out of curiosity. Congratulations, sir, on this award. Now, the next category is the Higher Education Award category. Under this, the Best Engineering College Award. This award goes to Shriram Group of Colleges, Muzaffarnagar. Shriram Group of Colleges, a brainchild of Dr. S.C. Kushreshtha, an eminent academician, par excellence, visionary, and philanthropist, came into existence in 2004 with a clear message that this region too would have the highest standard of professional education at affordable fee that till then was just a wild dream. Within a short span of time, SRGC has come a long way and it has made its presence felt at national and international level. With the state-of-art facilities, dedicated faculty, stress on personality development, extracurricular activities, giving national and international exposure to the students, regular counseling for career building are some of the characteristics of SRGC. It has become the talk of town and most sought-after institute of Western UP, imparting education in professional courses. They're providing 15 undergraduate courses and 10 PG courses accredited by NAAC, affiliated by UPTE, BTE, and approved by AICTE, COA, SCERT, NCTE, UGC, NATA, and BCI, having Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Architecture, Faculty of Management, Faculty of Commerce, Faculty of Computer Applications, Faculty of Applied Sciences, Faculty of Home Science, Faculty of Fine Arts, Faculty of Education, Faculty of Journalism and Mass Communications, and the Faculty of Law. Today, SRGC takes pride in 6 sprawling campuses at Muzaffarnagar, Saharanpur, and Bulandshahr districts, 11 colleges with more than 20,000 students with highly reputed faculty members, including Shriram College, Shriram School of Engineering, Shriram College of Management, Shriram College of Architecture, Shriram College of Law, Shriram Girls College, Shriram Polytechnic. A very big congratulations to the group of colleges, Muzaffarnagar. The next award in this same category is the Outstanding ICT Initiative of the Year Award.
This award goes to IIS University Jaipur, deemed to be the university. The IIS University is a famous institution for women education. It was established in the year 1995. The principal purpose of the university is to support and preserve academic excellence and convert the dreams and ambitions of the youth to reality and endeavor and seek to provide the global needs. The university aims at providing a conducive environment for the development of an individual's personality. Following measures were taken during COVID pandemic for course completion. A 3-day workshop on digital platforms for online teaching and evaluation was organized for faculty members to facilitate online teaching learning. Synchronous delivery of lectures was done through platforms like Canvas, Google Meet, Zoom, Cisco WebEx, Moodle, etc. Asynchronous delivery was made possible through Google Classroom, Meta Campus, recorded videos, etc. Practical classes were conducted through recorded videos, YouTube videos, etc. After syllabi completion, revision classes were also scheduled. Online workshop for the faculties of computer science and IT, biotechnology, physics, geography, statistics, mathematics, chemistry, etc. was also organized for providing remote access of the labs to the students through virtual labs. Workshops are conducted to train faculty for platforms and software like MS Office, G Suite, Mobius, Microsoft Teams, SPSS, Moodle, Mobius, etc. Microsoft Teams platform was subscribed by the university to facilitate easy teaching, learning, and evaluation. Examinations were successfully taken online through Metal. A very big congratulations to the IIS University Jaipur, deemed to be university. Thank you so much. This was the last award, and I would like to congratulate all the award winners and the university and the Sriram group of colleges. Thank you so much. After a short break of 5 minutes, we'll start with the second keynote of the day. Thank you. Let's move to the second keynote of the day. For this, we have Dr. Anuji Agrawal. She will be speaking on role of management reviews in software reliability. Anuji Agrawal ma'am is professor in Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi, with more than 20 years of teaching and research experience. She obtained her PhD, MPhil, and MSc degrees in operational research from the University of Delhi. Her key research interests include mathematical modeling and optimization in consumer buying behavior, innovation diffusion modeling, electronic commerce, multi-criteria decision-making techniques, reliability growth modeling for software systems and applications of soft computing techniques. She's an active researcher with more than 100 research publications in international peer-reviewed journals, books, chapters, and international SCAMP, national conference proceedings, etc. She has guided more than 20 MPhil and 5 PhD students. She has served as technical chair, co-chair for a number of international conferences, and undertaken a number of research projects funded by government agencies as PI and co-PI. She also delivered invited talks at international conferences and served as a resource person at UGC-funded refresher courses and faculty development programs. She has been awarded the Young Researcher Award for applications of soft computing techniques in software reliability, and she was awarded at 4th International Conference on Quality, Reliability, and Infocom Technology, Trends and Future Directions in the year 2009. She has served as governing body member of a number of colleges and member of UGC Expert Committee for evaluation of the performance of the colleges and universities. She's also a member of several undergraduate and postgraduate committees, research committees, and in a number of state and central universities. Welcome, ma'am. Please, you may take over. Sorry, ma'am, you are on mute.
Oh, thank you, dear, for your kind words. And first, before I start with my talk, my sincere thanks to the entire organizing team of the conference and Shahid Sukhdev College for Business Studies for giving me the opportunity to be the part of this grand event and to share my research with all of you. And today I'll be speaking on the topic of role of management reviews in software reliability. Please give me 1 minute to share my screen.
No problem, ma'am. Take your time.
Is the screen visible to everyone? Can I start?
Yes, the screen is visible, ma'am.
Yeah. So I'll be talking about the role of management reviews in software reliability. With the huge, all of us are living in the age of internet, and with the huge development in the space of hardware technologies and the internet, the size of the software which are being developed these days, that is huge, and even the complexity involved in the development is also quite high. So nowadays the IT companies, they endeavor hard to deliver high quality products at competitive price. We all know that software development is a multi-phase process which starts with the requirement analysis, followed by the design, the coding, testing, and finally the implementation and the maintenance part. And all of these phases, they have certain role to play in determining the quality of the product, which is being developed. But if we see the literature, then in the literature, the quality of the software or the reliability has been assessed in terms of by using the failure data, which has been collected during the testing phase of the software, or it has been assessed on the basis of the design of the software system. But all of these phases, they have their own role to play. So there is a need to have an approach which basically incorporates the role of all these phases, all these factors, which are relevant to the different phases of analysis, design, coding, testing, and operation for the assessment of the quality of the software. So basically, this talks about one of those factors. When we talk about the various environmental factor which has a role, if we study the literature in the software engineering, then there are various factors which determine the quality of the software product. And those factors have been put in the category of general factors. General means which are basically related to the program characteristics. And then the analysis and the design factor, which are related to the items which are related to the analysis phase and the design phase. And then coding basically related to the skill of the team, the development team, and their skill, the size of the development team. And then testing is also related to the skill of the testing team and the amount of efforts or the testing tools or techniques which are being used. And then hardware system, like the hardware system on which the software will be run ultimately. And in the last is the management reviews. These are also another factor which impact that what will be the quality of the final product. So in this talk, I'll be, out of all these factors, I'll be concentrating on management reviews, that how the management reviews basically impact or what role they have to play with respect to the quality of a software, that how they can influence the quality of a software system. Now, I'll be giving a brief background about that, what is meant by the management reviews. Management reviews are basically, it involves the regular review or review of the software development process by the senior management. Basically, these are done by the senior management, and it involves periodic assessment of the process and to have a check on that how the process is being carried out, and if any changes or modification have been suggested, then to check that whether they have been implemented in the proper way. So this is exactly that what is being done under the category of management reviews. Now, if we go into the detail of management reviews, then as I said, basically it is basically done by the top management of the software firm, and usually it is done at the later phases of the development. If we talk about precisely, then mostly it is done when around 60 to 70% of the testing of the software has been done. And what is the purpose of carrying out the management reviews? It is that, where the manager who is working at the top level, they want to know, they want to assess the progress which is being made by the development process, and they also want to assess that is there any need to make any changes in any process, or then further these reviews are carried out to assess whether the implementation of the project conforms to the initial planning. It's like basically to check whether the implementation and the initial planning, are they going hand in hand. So why the reviews are, first we had discussed the purpose, but now what are the additional advantages which come when management reviews are conducted? Obviously, management, when an IT company has a regular practice of conducting the reviews, then it somehow puts a pressure on the team, so team becomes more productive and efficient. And then through the reviews, the manager is able to see if there are any changes are required, and if the changes are required, have they been incorporated in the process. Then it also basically by the reviews, the manager is able to keep a track over the time schedule, over the resource schedule, that what was the budget and are we conforming to the budget, and how many resources were allocated. Are we deviating from our resource allocation? Are we deviating from the time allocation? So all these things to keep a tab on that whether the project which is being done, is it conforming to the time, delivery deadlines, resource deadlines, the cost budgets. For all these purposes, the reviews are conducted. But yes, it basically on one hand, it is helping to control the resources and the time, but it's also helping on the other hand by having a tight control over the entire development process. It's also helping that a good quality product will be delivered on time within the budget. And if there is any slippage, if there is any inadequacy in the development process, then during the reviews only, these inadequacies on these slippages are identified and the corrective measures are suggested. Now, if I put, if I want to, show the role of management reviews in the software development graphically, then what happens if we observe that most of the software development processes, their development shows this S type of shape. If you see the darkened line that shows, the S type of, which shows the development progress, the progress of the software development. In most of the projects, this type of trend is shown. Now, let T1 with a time point when the review is conducted. It means the software, this much time till the T1, 0 to T1 time has been already spent on the development of the software, and T1 is the time when the review is conducted. Now, at this time, the progress will be assessed, and the comparison will be made with respect to the targets. That are we going to meet the targets with respect to the time, with respect to the cost, with respect to some quality aspirations. Now, if the manager at the time after conducting the review is satisfied, then by looking at the current progress that the targets will be met, then they allow the process to continue as before. But if some lacuna is observed there, it means if the manager feel after conducting the review of the progress that they may not meet the delivery deadline because the progress is slow, or they may not be able to complete the work within the budget because there are some cost slippages are there, or they may not be able to deliver the desired quality standards. So in that case, the reviewer will suggest certain changes. That changes will be like allocating the higher resources, maybe changing in the changing certain personnel in the team to expedite the process. So basically the reviews, if they are conducted at the time T1, and when T2 is the target time where the company is planning to deliver the software at time T2, they assess that given the current progress, will they be able to meet the target by time T2? If yes, then let the process continue. But if no, then by using certain corrective measures, which may include the employment of the additional resources, or employing the higher skilled manpower, or by putting in some extra efforts, they try to expedite the things. And then there will be a jump. If the current progress is not satisfactory, then there will be a jump, and that the lighter line shows that how the process can be expedited. So basically, by conducting the review, the manager is able to assess that are they lagging behind or no, or are they on time. So when we, if I talk about my, the discussion today, then, what parameters I've included in today's discussion are that I'll be talking about that how the role of management reviews can be incorporated in the mathematical models, which are used, usually they are used for the reliability assessment of the software systems. And then we'll be also discussing that how these mathematical models, the mathematical models which are used to quantify the progress of the software development or the testing process, they are known as software reliability growth models with the short form of SRGMs, which are mentioned in the bullet number 2 here. So that the other thing which we'll be discussing today, that will be that how these SRGMs, or means software reliability growth model, they are used to schedule the delivery time, or for the resource planning, or how these SRGMs may be used for setting the reliable targets of the software. Then we'll be also discussing that how management reviews, they help in planning of a better planning of the testing process, and hence obviously, obviously better planning of the software development projects. Then will be other things, which other key areas which we'll be touching upon today. They will be like how to, through the management reviews, the manager can work out that that if some additional resources are required, if some there is a need to delay the because they feel that they may not be able to reach the target of say the quality within the predetermined the release time, then how to reschedule the release time, and how these mathematical models along with the assessment which is carried out at the time of reviews, they can be combined to determine that how much additional resources we require, or how much time do we require to meet our targets. And then we'll be also talking about some economic aspects of these additional resources or the time required. That, when we talk about the uses of additional resources or additional time for the, for meeting the targets with respect to the reliability or the quality of the software, then what type of return to scale are shown by these resources, these additional resources. We'll be talking about that economic aspect also. And in the last, we'll be briefly also talking about that, as we continue with the testing and we keep on spending the resources, what impact does it have on the overall development cost and the reliability of the software system? So we'll be discussing about, all these key areas when we progress further in this session. So the methodology which I'll be using, that will be that is shown on this, this flow chart. Basically, my first step involves development of a mathematical model, which can represent the progress of the development process, that how with time the faults are being removed. And basically we'll be talking about development of a mathematical model to represent the fault removal process, or a development of a software reliability growth model. Once the model has been developed, then we'll be talking about that the management, by looking at the parameters, then some targets are set. Those targets are set with respect to what is the release time of the software, what is the reliability. The goals are set with respect to the release time, with respect to the reliability, or with respect to the quality of the software system. Now some data is collected, and the model which we have developed in the first step, that will be validated. Means we'll be estimating the parameters of that model using some non-linear regression techniques. And once the parameter estimation has been done, then we, what we do, using those estimates of the parameters, we try to assess that that what reliability will be achieved, or what quality level will be achieved at the planned release time. If that, that what we, by looking at the progress, if we can see that the reliability, whatever we will be achieving by the planned release time, if that is, at least that meets our target. Suppose our target is that our software should be 90% reliable. So we'll be, once the target has been set, now we actually monitor the progress, and we check whether given the current progress situation, are we on the track that will be able to meet the 90% target. If yes, it means the development process will continue as before. Means there is no need to expedite the things, there is no need to make any changes, let the progress continue. But if it is assessed at that time that the reliability targets will be missed, means the product will not be ready by the pre-planned release time. In that case, there is a need to update the project. When we talk about update the project, it means we are talking about infusing additional resources in the project. Because if we are missing the target, it means we need to expedite the things. And we had determined the need to expedite the things, and we know that that can be done by using some additional resources. But how much resources? For that, we'll be taking the help of Sidhart Jain, and we'll work out that how much resources or how much additional time we require to achieve the target on the reliability or the aspirations level. And the other thing which will be, when we will be talking about these additional resources, then also we'll be also seeing, we'll be also watching over the economic aspects of these additional resources. Means, what type of return to scale these additional resources provide to us. And based upon, by looking at the trend of these return to scale, we'll take the key decision that how much additional resources is advisable, that how much additional resources should be put into the use. So all these aspects, this is basically a research framework which will be followed here. And how basically by incorporating, by modeling the situation mathematically in form of some mathematical expressions, and then by reviewing the situation at the time of and updating the project at the time of management reviews. So these are certain notations which will be used when we'll be building a mathematical model. So these are the set of notations which will be used for the development of the mathematical models. There are a huge number of notations. I'll explain when they will come on the screen. As we all of us are aware that whenever we are translating a real life situation to a mathematical modeling, then obviously a mathematical model is always based upon certain set of assumptions. So I'm highlighting the assumptions here that whenever we are presenting the software development process through a mathematical expression, then obviously there are certain assumptions we are making. First thing and foremost assumption is that we will be using non-homogeneous Poisson process-based modeling here. So I will not go into the technical detail of what is meant by non-homogeneous Poisson process, but yes, we'll be building a model which is based upon a non-homogeneous Poisson process. And because other key assumption which is there in this model is that, if we see the development process, then there are two key, driving forces which determine the progress of the development process. They are the time which is spent in the development of the product, and the resources. The resources are basically the money. The resources are the manpower, the resources are the machines, the technology which are being used. So how much time or how much resources, what type of resources they're being used in the development of any product. So these two together, time and the resources, they determine how much, what will we achieve during the development process. To combine them, because both of them have a role to play, determine the progress of the development process. So to combine them, we take help of production function, which is known as Cobb-Douglas function. It's a very well-known function. Those who have some economic background, they must be aware about this Cobb-Douglas function. To show the combined effect of time and the resources. And we'll be using an S-shape function to represent the progress of the testing process. And the other key assumptions are related to that. We'll be assuming that while when the software is being debugged, then certain new faults also come into the picture because of the imperfect debugging. And let's even with a time where the let T2 be the time, which is the time where the release of the software is planned, and let T1 be the time where the progress of the process is reviewed. Here, if you see the timeline, then I said T2 is the time where the software will be released, means all the testing process, all the testing will be stopped and the software will be made operational. And before T2, there is a time point T1. T1 is the time where the testing of the software has been done considerably, means around 60 to 70% of the testing has been done. And then the manager conducts the review to assess the progress. And this is the mathematical model which we have used to represent the progress of the testing. And if you see here the theta, there's a parameter theta involved. Theta is basically, it shows the combined effect of time and resources. And we may term it as the theta represent the efforts, the effort which are being spent in the development process. So, and this theta basically shows the combined effect of testing time or the time and the resources being the manpower, the man hours, I will say, the machine hours which are being put into the in the development process. And we have assumed that software, this debugging process follows an S-shaped curve. On the basis of that, because we have used an HPP-based modeling, so we have built to represent the progress of the software development, we have used a differential equation-based modeling here. And this is, if you see that screen, you know that this differential equation, if we see it mathematically, it's a first order linear differential equation only, and it can be solved very easily. And when we solve it in the initial condition that at 0 time, means when we are spending no efforts, the number of faults removed are also 0. Then, you know, we solve this differential equation and the solution is given at the end. The expression which appears at the end of the slide. So basically here we have built a mathematical model to represent how with efforts, how with time and the resources, the faults are being removed. Here basically the faults are basically the indicator of that how much progress we are making in the development or how the quality of the software is being improved by removing more and more bugs by spending theta efforts. By theta efforts or by spending T amount of time and R amount of resources. To illustrate the methodology, what I have discussed in the earlier slides, I have included an example to make this methodology easy to understand for everyone. I have included an application example. It's based upon a real life data, the data which correspond to tandem computers, and we have taken this data from the literature. In this data has fault data sets of 20 weeks of testing for tandem computers, where 100 faults were removed by using 10,000 units of resources. Means this data set basically correspond to the company tandem computers, and is correspond to a project or a product, a software product, for which 100 faults were removed by testing it for 20 weeks and after spending 10,000 units of resources. So we are using this data as a base to illustrate our methodology. Now, because overall the testing continued for 20 weeks, we have assumed that the review is made after 15 weeks, means when around 75% of the testing time has been consumed. Because the total testing has to continue till 20 weeks. So the review is being conducted after the end of 15 weeks. So T1 is 15, T2 is 20 weeks. And by the end of 15 weeks, total resources available were 10,000 units. Now, at the end of 15 weeks, it is given the data that 8,205 units of resources have been spent. So let's assume that out of 20 weeks of testing, which is planned, 15 weeks of testing has been done. And out of 10,000 units of resources which are available for the entire testing period, 8,205 units of resources have been consumed. Now, at this time, the management wants to review the progress of the testing. Already, they have set a target that the reliability of the software should be 85%. They want the software to be 85% reliable. Means when when the software is being run, then 0.85 should be the probability that it will run successfully without any failure. Now, because the testing has been done, the situation is being reviewed at the end of the 15 weeks, and the management want the software to be 85% reliable. And 85% of reliability, we transform this target to in terms of that if the software should be 85% reliable, then how many bugs need to be removed. And by using certain calculations, it has been worked out that to achieve 85% of the reliability, 103 faults need to be removed from the system. So these are the targets which have been set. Now, once the model has been built, we estimate the model. And for that, we are using the data set which correspond to because the testing has been done for the 15 weeks, and 8,205 amount of resources has been consumed. By using the data of 15 weeks, the estimates of the parameters of the model of the SRGMR now are worked out by using, we have used SPSS, but any statistical software can be used here. And the method which is used, that is non-linear regression here. And because we have worked on a real life data set and we estimated the parameters, and the parameters of the model, we have given on the screen the estimates of those parameters, where here the first parameter A shows the fault content of the software, and alpha is the rate at which the faults are being generated in the software. Basically, the rate at which the imperfect debugging is being done. And B, E, and F are other parameters relevant to the model. And because we have fitted a model to a data set, and we also, before we use that model for taking some strategic decisions, we also need to validate the model, that how well does it fit to the data, because no model can be blindly applied without checking its goodness of fit. Because if we want to take strategic decision that how much additional resources are required, or are we on the time to meet the target, obviously first we must check the validity of the model. We need to verify it, and for that the statistics which is used, that is R-square. We have used R-square, but many other statistics may be used. And what we have observed, and we work out the value of the R-square, it comes out to be 0.987, which basically, if we translate in the words, it means 98.7% of the variability in the data is being explained by the model. So if we see the literature, then it represents a very good fit of the model to the data. It means the model is able to explain the variation in the data well, and so this model can be used for the further decision making. Now, because we have now validated the model, now we come out, we work out that given this progress means the progress which we have achieved till 15 weeks of testing, and by spending around 8,200 of resources, by given this, that what progress we have achieved by so far. Now we assess what will be the situation at the end of T2 time. T2 time is the time when the software need to be released, and that is 20 weeks. And already the testing has been done for 15 weeks. So by given the situation at the end of 15 weeks, we want to project the picture that what will be the picture after the end of 20 weeks. Are we able to reach the desired target? The target was meeting the 85% of reliability, and that, as I told you earlier, that basically when we converted it to the number of bugs, that came out to be 103 bugs. So basically we are trying to judge now what using this model will work out that at the end of 20 weeks and after spending 10,000 resources, how much additional bugs we will be able to remove. Okay, now if you see the screen, we have worked out that that at the time of after conducting the testing for 15 weeks and 8,200 of resources, 74 faults are being removed. Now, if the same progress is continued, then at the end of 20 weeks and 10,000 resources, 84 bugs will be removed. That is way behind the target. The target is 103 faults. So it is way behind. It means we are lagging behind. Then there's a need to infuse extra resources. And for that, when we talk about that, because the target is of removing 103 faults, but given the current progress, the manager sees that they will be able to only remove 84 faults by the end of 20 weeks. It means they need to expedite the things. They need to expedite the progress. Now, what inputs can expedite the process? To expedite or to remove 103 faults, one thing is that they put in extra time, means they delay the release, or they may keep the time constant, means they stick to the deadline of the release, but they delay or they either they delay the release time or they keep the release time fixed, but they put in extra resources. So by using this model, now we'll see that how, we'll see that if the company decide to delay the project, then how many days will be required, how much delay will be needed. We'll also see that if they stick to the deadline and they want to meet the target of 85% of reliability at the end of 20 weeks, how much resources are required. And all this will be assessed quantitatively. And this is how, because for this assessment, quantitative assessment, we'll be using the model, what we have developed earlier. And this I already explained that, the company may decide either that what additional time they need to meet the target of 85% of reliability. Either they may decide that while keeping the resources constant, by keeping their budget on the resources same, that of 10,000, but by delaying the things, how they can achieve the target. On the other hand is that they keep the time deadline fixed. By keeping the time deadline fixed, how much resources they require to meet the target. So this is how we have worked out. If you see this table, we have worked out that, given the current progress, now if the company revises, because if the process continues as earlier, means they let the process continue the way it has been doing so far, then the number of faults which will be removed, they are 84. And that will, and we have shown that how, theta star basically shows how much efforts are required to achieve this target. How much additional time, their theta star basically shows the combined effect of time as well as the resources. So how much, and we had named theta as the effort. So how much extra efforts are required? Now we translate this effort in terms of time or in terms of resources. So if we talk about the time, we say that if we are willing to delay the project and our target is to remove 84 faults, then the software will not be ready in 100 weeks. The software will be ready in 105 weeks. Okay, means there is a delay of 5 weeks. But there is other alternate strategy they can employ is that, they keep the timing fixed of 20 weeks, but they infuse additional resources. If they do that, then, the last column shows that if they, basically the first column shows that how much additional resources will be required if they want to have 84 faults removed while keeping the time fixed. And the last column shows that while keeping the resources fixed, how much additional weeks of testing they will require. So all this data has been generated by, using the mathematical model, and by assessing the situation, by conducting the management review at the time T1, where 15 weeks of testing has been done and 8,205 units of resources have been spent already. And if we put all this entire data to make it, visually more understandable, if you see this, I plot this, these are two plots on the screen. They basically shows that how much additional resources will be required or how much additional time will be required if we want to meet our target of 80%, 85% of reliability, given the current progress made till 15 weeks and 8,200 of spending of the resources. Now, the first, they are very interesting. If you see these two curves, they have, if by looking at this curve, very interesting inferences may be drawn from here. First thing is that, first curve, it shows that, that how as we, keep on changing. If you see the horizontal axis, it shows that if we change our target on that, how many faults we want to remove. Do we want to remove 84 faults by 20 weeks? Do we want to remove 85 faults? Do we want to remove 86 faults by the 20 weeks of testing? Like that. This is which is shown on the horizontal axis. And if we see the vertical axis shows that when we change our target with respect to the number of faults removed, how much additional resources we are requiring. If you see this, then the curve has, first thing is that the curve is monotonically increasing. That as we increase our target on the number of faults removed, the requirement of the additional resources is also increasing. That is a very, first observation which we, can make by looking at these curves. But if you see another, very interesting trend from these curves is that these curves are not linear in nature. They are curvilinear in nature. So what does that shows? Basically, this type of curvilinear nature of the additional resources, they basically shows their return to scale. That how much productivity we are gaining by employing additional resources. If you can see the progress is slowing down, it basically shows diminishing return to scale. That as we spend more and more, we are achieving less and less. Or in other words, to achieve 1 unit extra of the progress, the amount of additional resources, they are increasing. We'll say the marginal productivity of the resources is decreasing with the targets. Similarly, if you see the curve where we have worked out that if we keep our resources fixed, that we are not ready to infuse the extra resources, but we are ready to delay the project, then the second graph shows that type of trend, that as we revise our target with respect to the number of faults removed, how much additional time is required. Again, you see it's a monotonic curve, means as we revise the target, as our target is set higher and higher, the additional time required to achieve the target is increasing. That is a one primary conclusion which we may draw from that curve. But other thing which you can see is that the progress which can be made by spending additional time, again you can see it has a diminishing return to scale, that by spending extra units of time, we are not that making that much progress which we had made. Like when we are revising our target from 84 to 86, then that much additional time, the amount of additional time required is not that much. But if you see in the end, that when we revise our target from 106 to 108, then you see that how much additional time is required. That requirement becomes huge. It means it again shows that as we spend more time, obviously we'll be able to remove more bugs. But because of the economy of the scales, there has to be some time point where we need to stop this. We should not revise our target beyond it, because it is not advisable economically. So to see that how because we had discussed about the diminishing return of the scale, the economic aspect of these additional requirement of time and the resources, we will also judge that how these additional time and the resources, they have impact on the overall development cost and the reliability of the software. Okay, I'll not go into the details of all this. I think I'm already lagging behind, I'm already taken extra time. So I'll be just showing these are the mathematics behind it, but I want to show these curves. They are very interesting curves. Basically, they show that as we test, if you see, the first curve shows that when we, spend as the as we set the reliability targets, that how the development cost of the software changes. And you can see it's a convex curve. And basically, when we had drawn this curve, we had taken the cost of removing the bugs during the testing phase. We had taken the cost of removing the bugs which are passed on to the user after the implementation, and they are removed during the operational phase. And we have also included the cost of the testing phase, performing the testing here. So what we see that when initially, as if you on the horizontal axis, we have shown the release time, on the vertical axis shows the development cost. So what you see that when we initially because of this convex nature of this cost curve, so what we can see, there is a time point where this cost curve has a point of minima. It means that is the time point where the cost of removing the bugs during the operational phase and cost of removing the bugs during the testing phase, these two costs are basically, these are two conflicting costs. If you are removing too much in the testing, obviously testing cost will be high, but operational cost will be less. And if you are testing not much, the testing cost will be less, but operational phase cost will be high. So there will be these two costs, the testing cost and the operational cost, they are basically conflicting in nature. So together, by balancing these two costs, we always determine that what is the optimal time or what is the appropriate time when to stop the testing. So this basically shows that how initially, if we release the software without doing any testing, then cost of development will be very high, because it is incorporating the cost which will be incurred in the operational phase as well. But as we test, then cost comes down, and then after a certain point, again the cost increases. So it means there is a time point where these two costs, the conflicting costs, balance each other, and that is the time where the software need to be where the software need to be released. So when the reviews are conducted and the release is rescheduled, then this development cost also need to be taken into account, because we have observed that if we test more and more, the progress, the number of bugs removed will be high and high, means the quality of the software will be better and better. But still, because there are other components, the cost component at play, which affect the overall, the overall profitability of the project, they also need to be taken, care of while doing all this planning of additional resources. Similarly, if you see the reliability curve is a monotonic curve. More you test, higher will be the reliability of the software. Mean jitna aap karenge, utna hi software will be more reliable. So reliability is a monotonic, it shows a monotonic trend. But it need to be compensated when we are setting the reliability targets. It cannot be a standalone decision. These decisions have to be taken in conjunction with the development cost, also in conjunction with what are the return to scales of performing extra testing, of infusing additional resources. So basically, these are my point of discussion, that when the software planning, development planning is done, then we, the management is setting the targets over the reliability or the quality of the software. But also, when they are meeting those targets and they are working out how many resources are needed or how much time is required, then they also need to take care of that how they are performing on the development cost front. And they need to identify what is the optimal point here. Accordingly, all these planning need to be done. I think I already explained all these parts to you. And that's all from my side. Any questions from the participants? Can we take up the questions from the participants?
Yes, I'm sure participants are free to ask any questions.
So if they have any questions, they are most welcome to ask.
The participants may write down their questions or unmute themselves. If there are no questions from the audience side, I think we may end the session. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking this insightful session. It was a really interesting topic to know about management review and software reliability. Thank you so much for coming in today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is to inform all the participants and attendees that the paper presentation would start at 2:15. I repeat that the paper presentation would start at 2:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, attendees and participants. We are assigning all the participants their respective rooms. There will be volunteers present in your room. If you have any questions, any queries, you may approach them. I repeat that we are assigning you your respective rooms, and the volunteers are there to help you out if there are any queries. Thank you.
गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल. अब हमारी जो टेक्निकल टीम एसोसिएटेड है, दे विल असाइन देम टू ऑल द ब्रेकआउट रूम्स. तो जो भी हमारे प्रेजेंटर्स हैं एंड स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर्स हैं जिन्होंने अभी तक अपने पेपर का नाम चेंज नहीं किया है, that I have requested that to rename their session, rename their profile name as session number hyphen paper ID. जो हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, जो प्रेजेंटर्स हैं, प्लीज अगर अभी तक नहीं किया है तो प्लीज वो कर लीजिए. वो हमारे लिए आसान होगा, हमारी टेक्निकल टीम के लिए आसान होगा आप लोगों को शिफ्ट कराने में ब्रेकआउट रूम्स में आपके. इट टेक ओनली 30 seconds. इट्स ऑल आर रिक्वेस्टेड टू डू सेम. एंड अभी हमारी जो टेक्निकल टीम है वो सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को जिन्होंने ये प्रोफाइल नेम चेंज कर चुका है एंड जो हमारे स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर्स हैं उनको ब्रेकआउट रूम्स में असाइन कर रहे हैं. आफ्टर दैट जो लोग बच जाएंगे मेन मीटिंग में, अगर स्टिल उन्होंने नहीं चेंज किया है एंड जो हमारे सेशन चेयर्स हैं वो एक बार अपने रूम्स बता देंगे तो हमारा टेक्निकल टीम उनको भी अपने ब्रेकआउट रूम्स में असाइन कर देगी. थैंक यू.